bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, welcome and happy Wednesday. It's your boy Chris Avalon and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news and pop culture and all that good stuff. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today, including all the exclusive tea that went down last night at the RuPaul's Drag Race Season 18 New York City premiere. We got to talk about the guest judges in that trailer that also dropped. Black Panther 3, we may have an actual release time that is going to be coming out. Avengers Doomsday, there's a rumor going around stating that Doctor Doom and Captain America, there's going to be a clash between them. So that's going to be the overall plot, allegedly. So we'll get into that. Plus, the creator of Crystal Lake is teasing what we could expect from that upcoming series that we haven't gotten yet. It's supposed to come out sometime next year. Also, we have some interesting news regarding the ratings of Stranger Things and Diddy's The Reckoning docuseries and the numbers and all that. So I'm like, since when does Netflix ever give us analytics and numbers and things? But apparently we got the numbers and we'll talk about it here on the show. Also, speaking of Diddy, Danity Kane has stepped out on tour. So we got the three girls that are out here pumping and performing all around the United States. We'll get into that and the overall thoughts behind that show. Child, we got a blind item that's spilling out courtesy of Rob Shooter. So apparently he said there's another A-lister whose freak-off tea is about to be exposed. Rumors are swirling, and I've been hearing this for a while now, but I'm seeing other people starting to talk about it. Apparently they're talking about Justin Bieber. Y'all thinking y'all gonna see him on tour? That may not happen. So we'll get into that. Plus, we have to go, because I watched this clip yesterday when I was actually waiting for a friend of mine before we went to work the drag race thing. I saw the segment they did on Luigi Mangione over there on The View. We need to dive into that propaganda BS that them broads was over there spilling. We're going to play the whole segment, and I'm going to give my overall thoughts. And of course, y'all could drop y'all thoughts in the comments. Sex and the City ladies. Apparently, Kim Cattrall went and got herself, married out there in London, and the Sex and the City girls wasn't invited. I'm like, I didn't even know she was getting married. So we got that. Plus, Sam Asghari posted Playgirl. We got them photos. Queen of Versailles might be closing sooner than people expected. So Kristen Chenoweth about to lose even more coin because the performances is going to close before short. They're closing the window basically on that. We got to talk about Noah's Ark's Doug Spearman, who did an exclusive interview with Gay Magazine and revealed that his agent he said for 9 years he didn't work, or 7 years he didn't work. After Noah's Ark, and said, and the agent told him stop doing homosexual stuff. So we got to get into that, and we got to get into this list because I know it was blowing up on my social media. So I was like, let's make it into a topic. Todrick Hall and put himself. He's revealed that he's single, and he's decided to create a list of what he's looking for in his next boo. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, if you can please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. So let me hit the situation with what the people are saying in here. Sailor Mermaid's in the building, says, greetings, pals, gals, and non-binary owls. I thought that said AI chill, not the trying to rhyme. Not another celebrity freako. I don't know why y'all thought it was going to stop and end with the diddler, but it's not. Hola Chismosas. The trailer for Supergirl is dropping tomorrow, so we'll talk about that when that happens. So yeah, there's that. So, okay. So I'm not even going to edge y'all. Let me hit the banner. Let's get right into it, because I was like, do I want to save it for the show? No, I just want to get it out of the way, and let's talk about it. So y'all already know yesterday, I went and did the red carpet premiere for RuPaul's Drag Race Season 18. The Queens was there. A lot of Queens was there from past, present, and of course, well, maybe in the future. But first things first. So I couldn't find a place to save my life, because apparently I don't know directions in Manhattan, New York, and I've been living here all my life. So, but after all of that, I suppose let me hit the banner. I mean the the lower third. So yeah. So after all that being said and everything, I was like, I found a place, got in, got my wristband, The venue was cute. First one is this place called Aqua, which is in Manhattan over on Broadway and I think 22nd or 21st Street. But anyway, it was a cute little area. I mean, it was a cute spot, very big in there. They got, it's like, and then they have a lower level where you go to the bathroom and all this other stuff. But anyway, so the place was nice. The way they had the setup was cute. The only issue I had, and I was thinking this the whole night when it came down, I was channeling Gia Gunn. I was like, was there no budget this time around? They had all the media, like them was there. We were next to me and the photographers and everything. I was next to, well, we were next to Associated Press. Then they had Entertainment Tonight and all the other ones there. So also shout out to my friend Robin Banks, who's a drag performer. Y'all may see her stuff on TikTok, where she does a lot of breakdowns of like old classic pop songs, R&B songs, and this, that, and the other. She kind of does that. So if you haven't checked out Robin Banks, definitely go. That's ROBYN Banks. So she was there last night in drag. Last year she wasn't there in drag, but this year she was in full geesh. So she came over, said hello, all this other good stuff. It was cute. So, but the only thing that irritated me, because it was like there's no budget this time around, and they did block up the windows because people was trying to peek and being nosy. For the step and repeat, they had this little section like this big for all the photographers, and there was 5 of them there, or 4 of them. And then there was this Just Toby girl, whatever. I don't know. I don't know her. But I mean, no shade, but I'm just saying I don't know her. Wait, hold on a second. I gotta edit something because I'm like, why does the damn thing keep turning off? Because I forgot to take it off the 10-second moniker. So now it's gonna stay. But anyway, so I was like, I know I hit the banner before. Or the lower third. But anyway, so yeah, so they had this little space like this big for all the photographers to come in. It was like 4 of them to come in and take turns taking pictures of the girls on the red carpet. And then it was barely any space like for the interviews and stuff going. So I think that maybe they were overwhelmed by the amount. I guess they didn't realize like the amount of press it was going to have there. And there was a lot of press that was there. And then the photographers, y'all had them in this janky little corner. And then the queens had to maneuver and find ways to get their photos taken without the other queens who were being interviewed to be blocking their spot, their shots or whatever. So shout out to all the photographers that was able to do what they did. Let me tell you something. I work my ass on getting my pictures too. And if y'all see my social media, hold on, because I'm gonna pull up. If you see my social media, then wait, why do I have that? That's not what I wanted to do. If you saw my social media and everything, then you would be aware of the pictures and stuff that I put up, and everybody was like, oh, they like the pictures and everything. But the hell I went through getting those damn pictures was crazy because wait, why can't I figure out how to pull up the anyway, let me turn this over. It's getting hot in here too, because I got this heat on. It was freezing in this room when I was doing this thing. But now that it's cute, and now that it's warm in here, we can get back to the situation. So when I went and I did the pictures with it, I had to do a whole lot of cropping and a whole lot of this, that, and to get the pictures to do what needed to be done because there was too many people in the way. But this picture you see here is, of course, of me on the red carpet. I got to get my picture before everybody else. And this picture came from my friend, David Lab, who took the photo because he was testing his lens to see how they could fix up the lighting and everything. And shout out to the other ones, Santiago Felipe that was there, and all the other photographers that was at Jeff Easton, who y'all may know, who's done a lot of covers for like HX and Next and stuff back in the day. I let them use me as their little guinea pig to get their pictures so they could adjust the lighting and stuff because the lighting in there was not that great either. But the good thing is if you're a professional, you find ways to make it work in regards to the photos and stuff and how to get things going when you got them in there. So this is my crash test dummy picture. I'm glad it came out good because I was like the silly. And then one part I forgot. I was chewing gum, which we had to tell another drag queen who was on the red carpet is not going to look cute if you're on the red carpet chewing gum. So got a little piece of paper, the itinerary. She spit it in it. I'm giving her all the behind the scenes stuff. So it ain't always pretty. Sometimes a little messy. So yeah, with this little space, we had literally the corner of the background to get the shots and stuff in because of how many people and stuff was on the step and repeat that were doing interviews and stuff. So it was a bit chaotic, but I work great in organized chaos or just chaos in general. Hence, I guess my training of being at Madison Square Garden and dealing with so many different moving parts. I was able to compartmentalize and work the things that I need to work out. So after all of that, so that was the only gripe that I had, that I was just like, y'all gave this little corner to the photographers. But anyway, no shade to world, to Paramount and stuff, because I already know y'all, but y'all did lay off a lot of people. That was another conversation that was had behind the scenes, where it was like, okay, with David Ellison and them running situation over there, a lot of things is getting cut. So that was kind of annoying. Also, I stole this, I don't know if y'all can see it, the RuPaul's Drag Race napkin. It got the RuPaul Drag Race logo and stuff on it. So with all that being said, besides, I'm just hoping and praying that when I show y'all these pictures, I'm not going to be annoyed by constant sending me posts on Facebook. So these are all the photos that I posted on. Wait, hold on, because I was like, I thought I hit it and I didn't. So it was like, all of a sudden I'm forgetting how to do my own damn show. But the Queens came out at 5:30, so it was like check-in was at 5 o'clock. 5:30, the Queens was coming out, and I was like, I was shocked, because I was like, wait a minute, y'all were on time. So I gagged over that a little bit. The fact it was on time. And these are, I'm going to show y'all a couple of the pictures that I did. This is Sierra Miss. Wait, no, that's not Sierra Miss. That's Briar Blush. She was the first one to come out and get her photo taken and stuff. And then we have all the other girls, all the regular girls was there. Athena Dion, as I said, Briar Brush. We had Sierra Miss. Of course, we had Darlene Mitchell, and then Discord Adams and Didi Fuego, which I think I have the picture of the Didi Fuego picture that I loved up in here, where she took a picture. I really like this picture. It looked crazy here, but in person, it looked fabulous. Yeah, the Didi Fuego, I love that, because also there was another thing too. And I thought about taking it, but I was like, I don't want to travel on the train with it. They had pillows with the Queen's faces and stuff on it. So that was, of course, cute. And then my friend went and passed Didi the pillow, and she was all game for taking pictures with it. So yeah, you had you had all the Drag Race girls. I love this photo. I like the whole Joan of Arc look. And you know what was reminding me of too? This recent episode of Dragula, where you had Eva Destruction with the whole war look. Oh my God, that was like my favorite look out of the whole Dragula finale season thingy. And congratulations to Eva, by sidebar, even though it's a completely different show. Shout out to Eva Destruction for winning this season's Drag Race Titans. It was well deserved. I wanted Abora to win, but Abora, them props was malfunctioning during two of the situation. And you know what? Y'all was shady over there for putting that in. Because I was like, why y'all showing like the bloopers and stuff, and you putting that in between the floor show? But I guess it was like, the Boulets was saying, this is, Abora's not winning, and this is why. So if you Abora fans want to go in and let have on us why we didn't pick her, we're going to put this stuff up in here for y'all to know why Abora lost and Eva won. Because Eva's floor show was flawless. And then, of course, we have T.S. Maddox here, and I was living for this look, because this was giving Ivan ooze. And then she kept saying, and then of course Maddie was like, the secret of the ooze, the secret of the ooze. She kept saying that the whole time before we did the record. So this was on the side before she got on the step and repeat and started doing her whatever. And first of all, let me tell you something. Her stylist, I forget his name, the person that does her hair and makeup, that's a cute ass boy in person. So shout out to him. And then of course I had to get another picture like this. I was like, that was me taking the photo and everything. And then of course Bruno. Let me tell you something about Bruno. There's something about Bruno. Y'all seen that movie? Bruno Alcantara is fine as fuck in person. I was looking at him like, God damn, that man is fine. Because when you see him on TV, I feel like TV does not do him justice. He looks a little, I don't know. It's like the cameras don't really capture it, but when he walks into that room, let me tell you something. Panties, thongs, jock straps, any kind of underwear you wearing, them shit's gonna hit the ground. Because Bruno comes in oozing sex appeal. That man is fine in person. And I couldn't believe, I was like, God damn, that man is fine. So I could not keep my eyes off of him. And at one point during the night, when, they did have like pit crew go-go dancers, because they were they were go-go dancers and stuff up in there. And then at one point when they were introducing the queens, and they went and dropped the curtain, which comes later on, where you see all the winners of Drag Race Past, they're on like a separate little side stage where all the media captured. Y'all probably seen all the videos and everything, I'm assuming, on social media right now. So yeah, he dropped the thing and he was in pit crew geesh, but this was the look he had coming out. I was like, I like the look. It was giving Ricky Martin. Like that was some Ricky Martin way. And then of course you see Jimbo was there. Also Sasha Velour. I had to capture this a couple of times. I love the fact that she had this giant crown that was like a neck piece. Monet Exchange, let me tell you something. Monet is so damn skinny in person, but the body is bodying. So I was living for her. And she DJ'd the night. I was actually shocked because Kevin Alliance was there, and I was like, "Why didn't Kevin DJ? He DJ'd the event last year." And I like the event that we were at last year because it was like 2 floors. There was seating. We could watch the episode, and afterwards we mingled in another room and ate and drank. And let me tell you something: the food and the drinks was flowing. The food was so good. The drinks was good. It was free. They kept coming around with so many little trays of hors d'oeuvres. Let me tell you something. I'm surprised I'm not a big bitch as much food as I was eating last night. But a lot of the favorites, they had the sushi, and then they had all these different types of things. They even had vegan rice. And you know me, I'm not big on vegan anything, or maybe I'm never happy. That vegan rice was even hitting. And then they had like this mint flavored, I don't know what it was, but like this martini. And I called it a martini because if y'all ever watch Passions, you know, Timmy used to make the martinis. So that's what I called it. I was like, this martini is slapping. Like that should hit me like a lead balloon. And my friend was like, damn, you taste the liquor. And I was like, just how I like it. So the martini was hitting. I was drinking wine. Yeah, I was mixing, but I did not get to the point where I was toasted, I was effed up, or whatever the case is, because the drinks was good, the food was good. So shout out to y'all for that. So maybe all the budget for Drag Race, because I'm complaining about the little amount of space that they gave us to do the photos and everything, wasn't enough. And maybe the budget went to the food and the drinks and things. So yeah, seeing everybody there, which is great. And who else was let's go through the rest of the pictures in case y'all didn't see them. So yeah, Monet, there's and then of course we got our girl Nymphia Winds. I did like the outfit and everything. Then I kept a couple of pictures. Simone Ye. Then we also had, I forget, he's a DJ, I can't remember his name. Angeria, which I believe was it her birthday yesterday? If I'm not mistaken, Evie Ollie. First of all, I was living for Evie Ollie's outfit because she was everybody else on the carpet was like posing and just being all demure and stuff. Evie was giving full on movement with this look, which is how I was able to capture all of this. And let me tell you something. Oh, there's Willow Pill. Evie her laugh is so infectious. Like literally she was doing, I know y'all probably jumped at home or your phones or whatever when she was that was the laugh I heard so many times last night. I'm like jumping. I'm like, girl. And I'm sure that traveled into other people's interviews. So Evie's laugh is so infectious, it literally it echoes throughout the room. I'm like, damn, you be bringing that laugh from the pits of your stomach. Your stomach. So yeah, Evie was living, I was living for the fashions with her last night because, Evie was giving Evie. So that's why I live for her. And Alyssa Edwards, looking fabulous, of course, as usual. Of course, Ross Matthews, his husband, it's like, he's always, I guess there's some kind of situation going with their relationship where he always has to assert his husband in every goddamn photo. Whatever you need to do to keep your man happy. And then, of course, we have the recent All-Stars winner, Ginger Minj, where some people are like, who is that? That was Ginger. That probably who was watched. No shade. But I literally, when she came in and she wasn't in full gi, she had her face beat and everything. I was like, it's a bag of chips. It was Ginger. And then we have Anya Nerve, which we was whispering, like, what has she been doing post Drag Race? Remember, we did a segment on the fact that she was supposed to do, what was it, Kinky Boots, the traveling show, and then she ended up not traveling with the show. So she ain't doing that. BB Zahara Benet was there, giving the same, pose and everything. Vanjie was cracking me up. Her and Candy Muse, even though, these two are like siblings, whatever the case is, the way these two go at it, they are hilarious. He wasn't the only one that was there in boy drag, by the way, before I forget. There was a couple of people in drag. Nikki Doll, who I spoke to briefly, was there in boy drag. I was asking her, why didn't she get in drag? What basically she said was she had just moved in. It's more work trying to go through your stuff to find drag to wear than actually put it on those others. So she came in boy drag. Also, Plastique Tiara was there last night in boy drag. Rosé was there last night in boy drag. So it was a lot of the girls who were there in boy drag. And Vanjie looked fabulous. And what I loved about her was she was the only one that when my friend took her picture, she got off the line and she was like, let me see. Because my friend David Lav is the only one who, when he takes your pictures, he shows you the photos back. And Like, okay, is it cute? Do you like it? Whatever, and then we'll go at it again. So he's the only one that does. So she was living in regards of that whole situation. And then this was like one of the off kilter photos or whatever. Then of course we had Aquaria. Aquaria, I was loving how this look came out. She was giving full on walk pose, like she was posing down. So I was living for Aquaria. I was wondering why she didn't DJ. So Neat was there. I was gonna say giving Amanda Lepore realness. And speaking of Amanda Lepore, Amanda was there also, but she was off in the VIP section because when I came, what was I think I was doing coat check or I was probably going to the bathroom or something. I did see her sitting on it. Oh, I know what it was. I was trying to walk and see because when they were showing like the girls coming about to come out and all this other stuff and what they were gonna do with that, I was trying to find a spot to like stand in and watch, but then it was just too many people. My anxiety started acting up. I was like, I can't. It's too many of y'all, these other people, these commoners, and I don't want to be shady about it, but that's how y'all was acting. A bunch of the commoners, the groupies, all of y'all that came in after we did all the publics, the step and repeat and all the work. Once it was time for the regular fans to come in and meet the queens, y'all were just getting on my damn nerves. Like y'all don't understand the word excuse me. Y'all act like that people, if you don't know them, you could just walk through them. And I have to constantly remind myself, I gotta be a professional because if it was really Chris on the street and y'all bump me and shit, oh, you getting smacked. Oh, I'm getting up in your face, or it's gonna be a fight. And I have to realize if I'm in a professional situation, especially being a man of color, I cannot be up in here windmill on these white rhymes with maggots. So I was letting a lot of shit slide last night with them commoners. Of course, then we had Sasha Colby. I was living for her look. So, and she did a walkthrough. Morphine Love Dion, of course, is gonna be there because, Athena was there. And then we have Lana Jarre, who did wave. She was like, "Hey, girl." Like I waved to her, she waved back, that sort of thing. I didn't like her poses though because she was looking a little too skinny. So the poses was, but her and Lux Nor London's poses were kind of annoying me, but it was what it was. And of course, we got Corey King. Also, they had this thing. There you see is Rose in Boy Drag that it was showing last night. And Jada Essence Hall, who I believe, no, it was Jada's birthday yesterday. So she was spending it with us and stuff like that. And here's the little birdcage thing that I was telling you. I was trying to bring up, but I didn't get around to it yet. This is like what all the queens and everybody got on afterwards. This was cute, so maybe the budget went to this because I actually liked the full situation. But and I wanted to get a couple of pictures, but it was just too much chaos. A lot of big cameras, a lot of things that was in the way, and between other photographers trying to go and get those shots, like Santiago going back and forth trying to get the shots of the queens on the red carpet. Then he would go and try to get the queens in the bird cage and all that other stuff. So, I don't know if it's a bird cage, but it looked like one to me. So that's what I'm calling it. So this is the one I managed to get because, of Jada. And so, yeah. So that's pretty much a lot of what had went down. Now, there was another thing, too, because there were some other people that were supposed to have been there and wasn't there. And luckily, I got the itinerary so I can remember. Because when we had it, I was like, let me make sure. Well, y'all did see it was Ross Matthews there. They said Ashley Park. I don't know who that is. Maybe she was there and I didn't notice her. They said Black Dolores from the Real Housewives of New Jersey was supposed to show up. She wasn't there. Margaret from the Housewives of New Jersey wasn't there. Dorinda wasn't there. Heather Gay wasn't there from Salt Lake City. There were supposed to be 2 Bronwyns that showed up. Or maybe there was a bunch of Bronwyns, but I only noticed Bronwyn Newport from Salt Lake City. The one from Orange County wasn't there. Then they said Jennifer Spinner, Sierra Miller from Summer House, and Jessica Taylor from Only Man. Why all the Bravo girls showing up at the event? I don't understand that. Eric Botcher, who was a New York City homosexual council member, he was there. I didn't see Dawn. Crystal Envy, I think that was the picture I actually showed. She was there. Lana Jarre was there. Banji, Corey, Lux, Morphine, Nikki Doll, Rose. But like I told y'all, Nikki Doll was in Boy Drag and Rose was in Boy Drag. And I don't even think Nikki got on the red carpet to take pictures because I didn't get a picture of her. But yeah, so overall, the outfits was, the girls were serving. The outfits was cute. It was nice to see a lot of not only, a lot of the Drag Race girls and things of that nature there, but also, we had a lot of New York nightlife queens that were there, like I was saying, like Amanda Lepore and Kevin Aviance. Now, in addition to that, we did not get to see the episode, which was a bummer. I was hoping we was going to see the episode, but number one, it was too many people there. Number two, when y'all open it up to the public with all these people coming in to meet the queens and everything, I feel like too much would have leaked on the internet because people was literally up in there with their phones recording and stuff. So it might be a good idea for them not to show it. But what they did do was they showed the walk-ins. They showed clips of the walk-ins, and then they announced each queen that came up on the stage. So they basically did that. And then they ran the trailer, and then they ran the trailer on a loop throughout the night. So while Monet DJ'd the event, which some of us was asked, I'm like, Monet DJ, maybe she came cheap, but you had Kevin there. You could have had him do it again, or you could have had Aquaria. Aquaria's a DJ, but it's cute that y'all gave, you let Monet do it. So I guess, I was going to say they probably won the winner, but then again, Aquaria is also a winner, so that doesn't work. But speaking of the trailer, let's get into it. So yeah, the trailer aired. Yesterday, but I didn't get to see it because I was busy. I did a morning show, and then right after the morning show, I had to run up out of here and go do the Drag Race premiere event situation. So they we're getting another gag worthy season. And another thing that I found interesting is that they mentioned Cardi B is going to be the big premiere judge, which that story leaked a while ago, because I remember Onyx, friends of the show, brought that up on here, was like, yeah, they're doing that I'm here with word on the street is Cardi B is the premier judge. So let's get into the tea. So since the long-running drag competition thrives off of drama, it's only fitting that RuPaul's Drag Race Season 18 tapped the drama herself, Cardi B, as the premiere episode judge. The news was unveiled on Tuesday alongside the release of the trailer, which revealed other guest judges such as Tiana Taylor and Zara Larson. Other guest judges include Benny Blanco, Dove Cameron, Brooke Shields, Iman, Atsuko Okatsuka, Law Roche, Jamal Sims, Amy Taylor, Annalie Ashford, Danielle Pinnock, Julianne Nicholson, Sarah Sherman, and Leland, who will join RuPaul main stage judges Michelle Visage, Carson Kressley, Ross Matthews, and T.S. Madison weekly. So it looks like that T.S. Madison is officially a part of the whole rotating situation, because she did mention that when she was on the red carpet. I was ear hustling when she was talking to Associated Press. And then for those, you already know who's going to be on the show, because we mentioned him as I was going through the photos. And so the season premieres on January 2nd on MTV each Friday at 8 p.m. I think it's also going to be 90 minutes, as it's always been. And then, of course, we get Untucked, which follows the main show at 9:30. And so, yeah, there's that. The season looks really good. I'm looking for the fashions that they were showing on there. So I'm really excited about this upcoming season. But I know, like, Robert was asking me in a comment in private, he was like, do you think like RuPaul's Drag Race has kind of lost its muster? I mean, I don't know. One of the things I've always been saying is that I feel like we need more drag competition shows on TV. Like, I love Drag Race. I love the antithesis of Drag Race, which is Dragula, and what they're doing over there on Shudder. But I definitely feel like we need other shows that highlight different aspects of the drag world, like especially the performance aspect. And I'm not talking about that you got to do corny jokes and snatch game and all that other mess. I'm talking about like real performances when you get on a stage and you got to perform in front of an audience, whether you sing, whether you dance. We have a lot of performer type drag queens who I feel need to get their shot and be seen and be recognized. And Drag Race shouldn't be the end all be all of drag representation. So we definitely need it, and especially in this climate where you have all these closet case politicians trying to demolish anything LGBTQIA plus, and while they're secretly watching transgender adult cinematography, which there was a story that came out, I believe, from Pink News that was talking about like the amount of the rise in trans adult cinematography, and it's particularly like shown in a lot of red state areas and stuff. So the hypocrisy is hypocrisy. And so, yeah, there's that. Oh, and speaking of which, before I forget, Cardi B recently revealed her new look and everything, and she got like these body modifications. So she got like piercings on the back of her neck and her lower back. So she's like, The body snatched. There ain't no way in hell she lost that baby and all that fat just came over like that. We know Cardi is no stranger to going under the knife or getting things sucked out. But if that's what you was doing and you want to use your money to get snatched because you have to get body beautiful so you can go on tour, because she is doing 2 nights at the Garden, then do what you need to do. But girl, take your stuff, plug it up in between your legs, in between me down there, as RuPaul would say. And let's not bring them no more babies into the world. Not now. You need to focus on promoting this album. You need to focus on this upcoming tour. And that's that. You got enough babies. I know some people like, stop telling them what they need to do with it. Well, look, if you want to continue to make money, you got enough kids. You need to focus on the work aspect. So shout out to Cardi B. Shout out to all the queens that was at the Drag Race premiere last night. It definitely was a fun time. But besides all the chaos that was going on, which happens at every kind of event, because these red carpets, a lot of people that, oh, it's so glitzy and glamorous. Yeah, the after effect, when you get the pictures and you put all that together, is cute. But you have to realize that it's work. It's a lot of craziness, a lot of chaos going on. And you really got to be focused. You cannot be out here like some people I saw last night trying to be groupies with these queens and want to have conversations. You should be focused on the work. But I can't be out here worrying about everybody else. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the whole Drag Race situation? Are you looking forward to this upcoming season? It's going to be dropping on the 2nd of January, right after New Year's. Let me know in the comments your overall thoughts down below. Mm-hmm. Well, some people do, because they was commenting on a classic pop magazine covered the upcoming Madonna studio album Outside All Dance Music. Warner and Stewart said fans need to stop talking and speculating. She rarely posts. It's been that way. Wait, what does that even mean? They're saying they stop talking and speculating. Speculating about what? 2014, when a slew of demos and theft happened to Madonna during Rebel Heart era, she knows fans want the music, but Madonna is taking her time and asks for no deadlines. She took so much time off wait, where's this article? Because I would like to read that. She said, yeah, she had to look, people need to stop being so goddamn greedy. See, that's the thing, is that you don't want these celebrities to have a life. Like, I'm good with what Madonna has given us for now. She's given us 4 decades of music. She can still hold off a couple of more months if she needs to focus on making sure that this album is where, I'm not going to say perfect, because nothing is ever perfect and nobody's perfect. But if she needs to take more time to get this album where it needs to be, y'all need to give her the grace to be able to do that, especially with someone of her leisure. She is a pop icon, and we already know y'all have high standards and high expectations when it comes to your faves. So if you want rushed product, then you can go to Taylor Swift and listen to that bullshit over there. But when you want to deal with real legends who really want to take their time with their work, and it's not all about algorithms and trying to beat records and all that other stuff, then you come over here with us and you sit and wait until Madonna's ready to put out this new album. She said it's coming in 2026. It ain't 2026 yet. It's 2025. So relax. And you said, but she did pull her twins out of school, because she even stated this album wouldn't get done if my kids are in public school. I can afford the best teachers. You know, that's what I was going to say. I would hope, look, I feel like if it was, if it was up to me and I had children, I would definitely, I would want them to have friends, and trust me, believe my kids will be outgoing and have friends and stuff. But when it comes down to school, because of the way how highly intelligent that I am, I would definitely hire some of the best teachers and want them to learn the truth about what's going on in the world. Like, if you have Madonna money, they don't need to sit and learn about French history from a teacher in a classroom. They can take their ass to the Louvre and they can learn all the stuff they need to learn there. So if you're able to do that, because my money is long, why not? You said we don't talk about Bruno. Who had the best look? Funny enough, I wasn't even. Oh wait, I love Evie Oddsy's look, because Evie was just Evie on the red carpet. So on the black carpet, because it was black. I like Evie's look. I love Alyssa's look. Oh wait, I forgot to mention there were some queens that wasn't there, because I know some people like they had all the winners. Bob wasn't there. Bianca wasn't there. I don't know why Trinity the Tuck wasn't there, and Alaska wasn't there. But Alaska's doing a show, so she can't she can't leave because she's working. Bianca, of course, is touring. Bob is touring too. I didn't even know Bob is about to do Moulin Rouge. I just found that out yesterday. So overall, I definitely liked those were the looks and everything that I like. I closed it up, so I don't even have like the ones. So those are the ones I'm thinking off the top of my head. I can't remember the queen's name, but the one that had the Ivan Ooze look, and she had the bottle, she had the purse that had ooze and the container and everything. I live for that look. The one that took the picture with T.S. Madison, I was loving that look. Also, I think the one that had that looked like Joan of Arc, I think that was oh my god, Discord Adams. So I was liking her look too. I like all the alternative drag. Usually when the queens come in and they always want to do like a simple little gown, I'm like, oh, whatever. When girls step outside the box and give me something different, and I'm like, okay, who's this coming in? I like Bruno's look because I was like, wait a minute. When I saw it up close, I was like, okay, I would definitely wear that on a red carpet. I liked who else was that I could think of that I liked their look. Funny, it might come to me later on, but Hurricane just gave you typical, big bag Barbie. But she looks sickening though. I like Bandy's look. Oh, I like Sasha Colby's look. I like Sasha Velour's look. BB gave me a simple silhouette gown or whatever. I was like, we've seen that a million times. It's cute. But yeah, I love excuse me, I love Sasha Velour's look. I like the Aquarius look. She could barely move in it, but I like the Aquarius look. So there's a lot of that. Please forgive me for missing your entire show yesterday. Believe it or not, I was not watching Gilmore Girls or Stranger Things. I was with my father's lawyer. Well, child, something happened. Not, and that's the tea. I wonder if they're going to bring that back. He said parasocialism and the 2020s music industry standards have made fans more desperate for music. Exactly. As a writer, I can't imagine being watched 24/7 because people are expecting material ASAP. Art takes time. Evie's look reminded me of why my all-time. Oh yeah, I was obsessed. And the fact of the matter was, I did post on the TikTok and moving because I was like, wait a minute, this bitch is like moving it around and dropping her head and doing the crazy smile. I did say, and I don't know, my friend took it as shade, but I was like, I felt like it was she was giving the girl gremlin. That's what she was looking like. Oh, you say I have to look back at Sasha. Sasha, who? Velour or Colby? Sasha Velour had like the little silver outfit, and then she had the giant crown that was like covering her. It was like a face mask, but also a necklace. I actually like that. But Sasha Colby gave me like she had like a little broad Madonna broad top. It looked like, and then she had like the pants, like these slacks on, and a little fur short. It looked like a Mink Stole. I was trying to remember because like yeah, Mink Stole, who always did the John Waters stuff. So yeah, so that's what she wore. And I was liking Sasha. I like the Sasha's look basically, and I liked who else? Kylie So Neat Love. I was like the titties was sitting, and she was giving back. She was giving cheek. She was giving boobs. She even opened the thing up at one point. She had pasties on her nipples. So, but the boobs were boobing. So look. So shout out to her. I should have did that late. I mean, during the show, like, what were the best looks and the worst? All righty, y'all. So now let's get into some hot topics. And let's talk about Black Panther. So apparently we may have an idea of when we could be getting Black Panther on our big screens. And it looks like it might be coming sometime in 2027. Sorry, 2028. I think they mentioned that it was supposed to be in 2028. I could have sworn they mentioned that before. But anyway, according to the news, or word on the curb, I should say, Ryan Coogler's basically the rumor was that the movie would kick off the post-Avengers Secret Wars MCU in February of 2028. Now that's seemingly been confirmed by the New York Times. The site recently spoke with Coogler about Sinners because they are like trying to push Sinners for award season. They did pick up a couple of awards for the Golden Globes, which I'm still pissed off that they didn't put Wunmi Mosaku as a nominee for Best Supporting Actress or whatever any of the categories. But yeah, nevertheless, shout out to Sinners for getting some award acknowledgement. Now let's hope the Oscars and everything happens, because yeah, they're supposed to be bringing Sinners back into the movies for a week, and from what I'm hearing is that we're going to get a 6-minute uh prologue, I believe, from the Odyssey in theaters. I definitely want to see that, but I don't know if I want to spend 20, damn near $30 on a IMAX ticket if it's not going to be if it's not going to accommodate me through the A-list. If the A-list is it's not an A-list event and you want me to pay full price for a movie I already saw just to watch a 6-minute video on the Odyssey, then I'm like, I'll just wait until it pops up on YouTube and watch it in my house. So that's, as they said, that the piece revealed that the Marvel Studios Prequel is currently expected to arrive in theaters in 2028. The filmmaker also reflected on recently making an emotional speech while honoring the late Chadwick Boseman with a posthumous star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, saying, quote, "I took him for granted. I figured he'd always be around." This is what Coogler said. And end quote. Now to start up again, he said, "I didn't think I would last in this industry, looking at it pretty fantastically. Then Chad died, so I was questioning everything." That extended to Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, and Coogler admits that the experience strengthened his resolve to continue telling stories, saying there were points in that movie where it felt unfinishable. So when we put it out and I was happy with the film, I felt like, okay, I could do this for the rest of my life. And I know people had an issue with the fact that, well, y'all spent the movie mourning Ryan Coogler or Black Panther and T'Challa, and you basically killed this character off when you should have just recast. And you know, in a perfect world, you could do that, I guess, when it comes to your white superheroes, because there's so many of y'all that, you know, so many ways you could just rejudge the situation. That usually works, but for the most part, no, not when it comes to Black superheroes. Like when it's us, we do things differently. We honor the dead. We need to tell that story, and you can tell other stories within that. It's like, no, we're not just going to come in and just replace it with any old Black man. Now, to me, if some people might be looking at that as, oh, I'm thinking of it from a point of view of a superhero situation. We people of color don't have the luxury of doing that, especially when there's slim pickings among the amount of superheroes that are represented on the big and small screen. You already see they're not even promoting that new superhero movie with Yahya Abdul-Mateen. Y'all doing the same damn mess that y'all did with Ironheart with that show. Now, Ironheart wasn't that good of a show, but still, even then, you should have did your due diligence to promote that show like y'all promote y'all other shows over there on Disney Plus. But when it comes to Black Panther, it's like, we know we need to, if somebody dies, we can't just come in and just recast the role and just bring like all this hard to somebody up in there. The fans would be upset, especially the Black fans, because if you remember when the first Black Panther came out, how many people came for them, especially people of color, were so proud to see themselves represented on the big screen. Well, anytime when we don't really get that much representation, we're just so happy to get that representation and acknowledgement. And I wish that the other people, white folks, I'm gonna just say it, would understand that and stop thinking of it from a point of view of like, oh yeah, well, they could have just changed the actor and brought somebody else in. Okay, sir. You clearly don't understand. So I'm glad he did it. So I understand with Ryan Coogler saying that it felt unfinishable. It was an uphill battle. There were struggles. And Black Panther: Wakanda Forever is not a perfect movie. I'm still mad that you killed Queen Ramonda, though. But that's the only thing I ain't forgiving you about. Like, I get everything else, but when you went and killed my Angela Bassett, oh, I was pissed. But I understand why he did all the things that he did. I love Tenoch Huerta as Namor. I'm glad we're gonna see him in, you know, Avengers, I believe, Doomsday, possibly Secret Wars. So I'm liking that, and I totally understand why Ryan Coogler did what he did. But I'm glad that he made the decision that he made, and he made the film that he made, and it is what it is. And we'll see where he goes with the third one. The question remains if Shuri will remain Black Panther, or are we going to have little T'Challa? We'll do a time jump, kind of like y'all did with Sidney Prescott's daughter Tatum, and have years pass, and you can have Lupita stay how she is. Black don't crack. So she can still look internally youthful and have an adult child. You can make that work. And then you just recast little T'Challa to come in to be the new Black Panther. And I would say have oh my God, what the hell's his name? What is it? Damson Idris, sorry, who was in F1 have him be the new T'Challa. He's young. You can have him be sort of like eager, imperfect, having all this weight put on this young man's shoulders to try to run Wakanda. Well, actually, M'Baku is running Wakanda right now. So you see that power dynamic of a young child of a king, T'Challa Senior, having to come in and all this responsibility, similar to what his father was going to go through. But you see it from a much younger person's point of view, and how it could be a little bit rebellious and not want to take on that responsibility, even though the other T'Challa, he immediately took on that responsibility. But if you have little T'Challa be a little reckless with his situation, I would like to see that dynamic play out with the upcoming movie. So hopefully that's the direction going through. I understand that Shuri was Black Panther in the comics, but Letitia Wright as Shuri is, Letitia Wright as Shuri is working. Letitia Wright as Black Panther is not working for me. So, it's like having somebody on Ozempic being a superhero. It's like, no, she's too damn skinny. So, so they're saying that it looks like Black Panther 3 might be Coogler's MCU send-off. Although he did say that, I'm so fired up about that movie, bro, suggesting he's very much looking forward to telling another story in that world rather than it being a contractual obligation. For example, here's the thing. I feel like Ryan Coogler walking away from Black Panther after the third film is perfectly fine. I feel like I've told the story I've needed to tell in 3 movies. Let me move on and do something else. Now, if there's something else that he would like to take on, like for example, Blade, because God, we definitely need somebody to come in and help Blade become a thing. I definitely feel like Ryan Coogler can, if he decided to tackle Blade and they leave him alone and let him do what he wants, and he could throw in their face, I gave y'all 2 Black Panther movies so far. One was, I believe, grossed $1 billion. The other one, not necessarily so. Almost, it made over 800 million, close to $1 billion, but that's probably because we didn't have Chadwick Boseman. But I'm going to give you a third one. And if that one is successful, I'm like, here's my resume. And of course, with the success of Sinners and all the other films that he's done, Disney could definitely leave him alone and let him do the Blade movie he wants to do. I mean, we got a bit of, seemed like a Blade-esque movie, even though it really wasn't, from Sinners, but I could definitely see him taking that on, and I would like to see him take on Blade. So hopefully that happens down the road, but I feel like 3 movies will be enough. Like, I wouldn't want to be doing the same movies with doing the same genre film and doing, for multiple films. 3 is enough, in my opinion. So, trying to see if there was any more to say. Oh, yeah. Then it was also mentioned that, remember, Denzel Washington revealed a while back, I think earlier this year, that Ryan is writing a part for him. So it'll be interesting to see who Denzel plays in Black Panther 3. And like I've been saying, I want Damson Idris from F1 to be the new T'Challa. So I would like to see him in there, and I would like to see him make his debut in Avengers Doomsday. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you be down for are you looking forward to Black Panther 3 now that we have a release date? It says 2028. So who knows? Maybe they'll start filming it in mid 2026, going into maybe mid 2026. I think they can start pre-production on it once he's done with the whole promotional award season, situation regarding Sinners. Once all that is done and over with, the Oscars is done, then he could focus on Black Panther 3 if he hasn't written a script yet, and get the ball rolling so that way they can get this movie out in February of 2028. Because I could definitely see them starting to film, it in the middle of this year, possibly finish it midway, like good 6-7 months. Well, no, I'll say good 6 months. You could spend filming Black Panther 3. And then you spend the rest of the time in post doing your special effects and all that other stuff, and then have it ready in time for Black History Month, of 2028. So whatever your thoughts are regarding Black Panther 3, I want to hear from you, including who do you think you would like to see replace Shuri as Black Panther. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. So side note, I'm at the gym, just bench press 285. It's nice having big, heavy naturals. And you said just saw the trailer for the second season of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the new season. Of course, y'all shouldn't be surprised that Aang grew up. Like, you can't keep him short forever. Couldn't be me. AMC needs to calm down a little with those prices. That's why I only do the A list, which is like $27 a month. And I don't want. I don't really buy the concessions, except the other day when I went to go see Kill Bill, a whole bloody affair. I was hungry, so I just made an exception, and I couldn't figure out what I wanted to eat when I was anywhere else. So I just got some of the concessions, but the concessions is ridiculously overpriced. I couldn't believe the Queen died. Me either. He said Ironheart at least rotten some other characters that now I'm intrigued to see in the rest of the movies. I know a lot of people didn't like Ironheart. I didn't watch it. It just didn't look that appealing to me. Is Angela Bassett going to be in it? I just got back from having dinner. Angela Bassett's dead. Well, not Angela Bassett's dead. Queen Ramonda's dead. She died in the last movie. She ain't coming back. I believe Black Panther 3 will be Ryan's last movie, with Marvel also be one of Denzel's last movies before he retires. Oh yeah, he did say that he wants to do an X-Files movie, so I could definitely see him doing that. I mean, wishful thinking on my part if I'm with him doing Blade, but yeah, I think he's going to focus on an X-Files movie, which I would love to see them revive X-Files. I remember when I was younger and X-Files came out, I never got the opportunity to watch the show because it was on Friday nights. It was at 9 o'clock. I didn't really get to watch it. So when I got older, I was able to sit back and watch all the old episodes, and I went to see the movies. And the movies, they did two of them. The first one was good. The second one wasn't really that good. What was it called? I Want to Believe. Personally, quiet as it's kept, I wanted to believe that second film was going to get better, and it didn't. But overall, I like X-Files, and I definitely think it needs a revival. And maybe they can bring Mulder and Scully back in some sort of way. I mean, the good thing about that show is Gillian Anderson and David Duchovny were able to go off and do other shows and films and things that and the other, and their careers were pretty, they had pretty solid careers. But it'd be nice to see them make a comeback now that enough time has passed. All right, y'all. So now, speaking of Avengers Doomsday, let's talk about Avengers Doomsday. So rumors are starting to swirl, courtesy of Comic Book Movie, that Doomsday is going to be giving fans a whole new different look on what we could be expecting from the next film. And they're saying that it might be a Civil War off. I'm using that reference because Captain America, Iron Man going head to head with each other. You had to choose a side. I was team Cap. No shade. I was team Captain America when that whole Civil War, when Captain America Civil War came out. That's also when we got T'Challa. The introduction of T'Challa, by the way. So according to Comic Book Movie, they said when Marvel Studios announced the Avengers Doomsday cast back in March, the 4-hour video ended with cheers of Pedro Pascal and Robert Downey Jr. That led many fans to hope that the Russo brothers were teasing plans for Mr. Fantastic and Dr. Doom's relationship to be a big part of this story, which of course people would think that because when it comes to Fantastic Four, Dr. Doom, the members of Fantastic Four going head to head, it's common knowledge. Also, Dr. Doom having a little situationship with Sue Storm, like that's comic book lore. So now Victor Von Doom appeared in Fantastic Four First Steps mid-credit scene, as y'all know, where he encountered Franklin in the crib while Sue was finished reading to the baby and kind of went off a bit and came back, and then Dr. Doom was in the room where we saw him in that green ensemble. We didn't see, I guess obviously it was a stand, it wasn't Robert Downey Jr. But as far as we're aware, Downey's Doom variant has no history with Earth 828's version of Marvel's first family. This comes as a major disappointment to many comic book fans, and Avengers Doomsday potentially being where this team's first encounters, Doom leaves a lot of great material on the page. Nothing is confirmed on that front, of course, and the new rumor may frustrate many of you. So according to Variable Lace, I never heard of them, but we'll take this as with a grain of salt. Most of the Avengers Doomsday will revolve around Dr. Doom versus Steve Rogers / Captain America. Later, Scooper at My Time to Shine H weighed in to say Downey and Chris Evans weren't even going to be part of the Kane dynasty. Well, we know that. And now they're not only back, but will be the main focus of Doomsday. Various other sources have backed them up, as they mentioned in the article below. And they said, based on previous rumors, Doom will arrive on Earth 616, looking to make Steve pay for traveling back in time to get his happy ending with Peggy Carter at the end of Avengers Endgame. Apparently, messing with the timeline to that extent caused the incursion that not only destroyed Doom's world, but perhaps even set off a chain reaction destined to end with the multiverse demise. Fans have spent years saying they want to see what happened to Cap at the end of Avengers Endgame, and Doomsday will seemingly fulfill that wish. Now, here's the thing. If this is a rumor and it sounds like the way this article is being written, they're upset about it. Me reading it, I'm here for it. Now, if this is the way that you're going to bring in Dr. Doom and have him be like, yeah, because Captain America went back in time so that way he can go and have his final, live out his life, retiring as a superhero and wanting to spend it with the love of his life, Peggy Carter. And the repercussions of that caused the demise of Victor Von Doom's world and everything that he loved about his world. And he comes into Earth 616 to exact revenge. I think I would like to see that, especially when after phase 3, they really didn't set up the next group of superheroes. You didn't set up a Shang-Chi and all these other people that you entered, the Eternals, all these other superheroes in the post Endgame to carry the torch that Iron Man and Captain America carried for 3 movies. Because if you look at it, they were the heart and the soul of the first 3 phases. It started with Iron Man, because that was the first movie out the gate, and it ended with Endgame, where they assembled everybody. And remember, they did mention the other day that Endgame is going to be released back in theaters, I believe, next summer, at the end of the summer, I believe. No, yeah, at the end of the summer, because it'll be September. And the rumor is they're going to add a post-credit scene in there that ties into a new post-credit scene they're going to add into to tie into kicking off Avengers Doomsday, which I think is an actually good idea. That they shot something, they were going to use it, I guess they couldn't figure out where they fit it or whatever the case is. And they were like, you know what, let's use it as a post-credit scene and use it as a way to set up this world, because y'all couldn't figure out what y'all wanted to do with the other phases. I don't even know what phase we're in at this point because the lines are blurred so much. But if you can find a way to make this new thing work and reintroduce these characters, and you bring Captain America in and you bring this variant of Tony Stark in that is, we're seeing Dr. Doom, that to me makes me excited to want to see this. Now, like I said before, I'm still on the fence about Robert Downey Jr. playing Dr. Doom when we've seen him for so long playing Iron Man. Like I said, when he appeared at Comic-Con in the green outfit, he put the hands up, it was giving Tony Stark. So it was like, you're not even you really still have not, from then on, even though when I first heard the news, and then when I saw that footage of him at Comic-Con, you really sealed the deal for me. And I was like, I'm not seeing Dr. Doom in you. And I highly doubt, because it's him, that they'll even allow him, like the Mandalorian, to sit in a full mask. Oh, it's Robert Downey Jr. You backed up about 8 Brinks trucks to get him to come back to the MCU. I was going to say DCU. That's the other thing. DC. If you backed up the truck to bring him back to the MCU, to me, I'm just looking at that like, oh, so y'all have to show his face. No, you need to put that mask on, because when it comes to Dr. Doom, we want to see the full Dr. Doom ensemble. We don't want to see some big movie star without the mask on. That's blasphemous. Like Sylvester Stallone butchering Judge Dredd. We all had to show him out of the mask or out of the helmet the entire time. We loved the Dredd with Carl Urban because he had the helmet on, because he embodied the character. And we knew it was Carl Urban, but he was able to serve, full-on acting and great action sequences because we got half the face. We knew it was him in there, but as long as we know you're playing Judge Dredd and not Carl Urban as Judge Dredd, that's the same thing we want from Robert Downey Jr. and Dr. Doom. So it's going to be cool to see how they do all of this. I actually like this idea in regards of like, yeah, he comes to Earth 616 and he wants to make Steve pay him for traveling back in time to get his happy ending with Peggy Carter. We could see what happens in between that period or whatever the case is, because we did see at the end that he did get to grow old with her, but we don't know what happened in that in between stage. So getting into that in between stage of like what we saw, that happy ending of them at the end where he was old with Peggy and all that other stuff until she died. Um, I want to see that. I want to see what happened. What's the story that was the in between story? So if they could squeeze Doomsday in there. So I actually think that'll be a cool thing. And who knows, if Doctor Doom does survive, then we could see a proper Doctor Doom go up against Fantastic Four story, which I was actually expecting to happen instead of him being the big bad for Doomsday when it was supposed to be Kang. But of course, Jonathan Majors decided to be an egomaniacal dickwad and ruin that situation. So, as we all know, Avengers Doomsday officially stars Chris Hemsworth, Anthony Mackie, Winston Duke, Tom Hiddleston, Sebastian Stan, Letitia Wright, Paul Rudd, Robert Downey Jr., Wyatt Russell, Simu Liu, Tenoch Huerta Maquia, Florence Pugh, Danny Ramirez, David Harbour, Hannah John Kamen, and Louis Pullman. And let's not forget Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Eben Boss Bacharach, Joseph Quinn, Kelsey Grammer. After that recent story about him, like, but hopefully we'll just be looking at him as Beast, because you are Beast after that recent story that came out about you and the president and his comments regarding that. Anyway, so yeah, that queen is up in there, along with Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, Alan Cumming, Rebecca Romaine, James Marsden, and Channing Tatum. So all these people up in there, and I'm sure that we'll probably get more unless they're about to slide them over into Secret Wars, then I'm sure we'll be getting the list of who's going to be up in that. So for those of you who aren't aware, Doomsday is going to be coming out on December 18th, and Secret Wars drops on December 17th of 2027, so a year apart. So 2026, December 18th, Doomsday, December 17th, 2027, Secret Wars. So yep, that is the latest on that. And I would definitely want to hear from y'all what you guys think of this story. Would you be down for that story to be told in regards of how that's how they introduced Dr. Doom, and he wanted to seek revenge on Captain America because Captain America done fucked up the thing and decided I want to have my happy ending. And people not realizing that, yeah, for you to have your happy ending and you going back in time and making changes, there's consequences to that ripple effect that you cause for your happiness. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You say you scare me. Angela Bassett, but no. Angela Bassett is alive and well. I meant Queen Ramonda. You say if they do an X-Files movie with Gillian Anderson and David Duchovny will be in it. Well, depends, unless Ryan Coogler is doing his own with a whole new cast and having Michael B. Jordan be Mulder. Because, he likes to have Michael B. Jordan and everything. But Michael B is kind of busy, right? Well, then again, like they said, 2028, so there's plenty of time. Michael B. Jordan's about to do Miami Vice. He just directed a Thomas Crown Affair movie. So he's focused on that. So who knows? If he decides to bring that, I'll be like, y'all can do a Mulder and Scully X-Files with your own characters, and you can have Mulder and Scully show up as cameos. But if they decide to do if you decide to do an X-Files movie and with new people, I would say Michael B. Jordan and Tessa Thompson. That's what my choices would be. A friend of mine used to actually told me he went to school with Tessa. You remember Loki changed the timeline. Also, again, Loki's going to be in it as well. So, also, I'm concerned about these two movies will not live up to the hype because, that's why I'm still skeptical too. Like when you're talking about it's not going to live up to the hype, because I believe that too. And you said the MCU had 10 years to do a build up. That's why Endgame was so successful. Absolutely. And this is what I've been saying for the longest. The reason why Endgame was successful and so impactful is because they took their time to build up to that moment. They took a decade to build up to Endgame. It wasn't just an overnight situation. Because things weren't hitting, and I think what it was that they felt, oh, well, we've gained the trust of the audience, so we could just put things out there and start experimenting and doing different things, and the fan base will always be there. Oh, to an extent they will be. When you burn them enough, at some point, you got to stop putting your hand on top of the stove before you realize you keep burning me, or I keep getting burned. So we move on to the next thing. And I feel like Disney and the MCU and Disney Plus and all the other mess, y'all burn the trust of a lot of your fans. So yeah, a lot of them, including myself, I'll speak for me, are skeptical in regards to what we're doing over here because y'all have yet to deliver. I mean, don't get me wrong. I liked Thunderbolts, even though it didn't do all that well at the box office. I like Fantastic Four. I want a little more action. You could have found a balance of the sciencey stuff with the action. Y'all didn't give me enough action in that movie. So I like Fantastic Four. I just bought Fantastic Four. So, but it didn't do as well as they had hoped. But it was successful enough. So Disney, y'all kind of been burning people, and people want, like you said, it's like we need to build up to that. So now it's like they're scrambling, and it feels like a rush job. But I guess because they bring on the Russos and they've got this all-stars team, they're feeling like, with all the stunt casting, the fandom will come and support. But it all boils down to that trailer, which is supposed to be coming out next week. The Supergirl trailer comes out tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. But now they have two different Avengers teams. I don't know. Well, actually, not two. They got six. Two different Avengers teams. I was thinking they have 6 teams that we did that story the other day. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, you're right. They have 2 different Avengers teams. You have the regular Avengers that we have from the first, from phase 1, 2, and 3 that they assembled. And then we have the new Avengers, which is like basically the Thunderbolts. But I'm looking at them like, there's nothing Avenger-is about y'all. But that's what they picked. There's also supposed to be another Thor film. So, that's true. That they're supposed to be making another one. Like Tony Stark died, and people need to just move away from wanting to see the same face again just to feel nostalgic. Dr. Doom needs to be full mask. Absolutely. I've always said that it's going to be hard to do a superhero film because you have to appeal to hardcore comic fans and people who just love the movie. And you got to figure out how to do that balance too, because everything that's comic book lore is not going to work on the big screen or in a script. So you have to make things work. You take inspiration from a comic, but you have to make it cinematic. So everything that in a comic, people think, well, they could have just took this from the comics. I'm like, everything that works in a comic is not going to work in a cinematic way. Well, I was gonna say nobody will stop you from saying it. He said Tony Stark is tired. I think they should definitely be some kind of main story with Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom. Yeah, because I'm like, when we think of Dr. Doom, we think of Fantastic Four, not him being the big bad for, going up against a whole bunch of people. But this is what they plan on doing. I'm like, okay. All right, now let's move from superheroes and let's talk about some horror news. So apparently we've got some tea regarding this upcoming Friday the 13th Crystal Lake series, which had a showrunner at one point. They scrapped him, brought in Brad Caleb Kane, who is the showrunner for a show. This is why I was a little skeptical, but after seeing it, Welcome to Derry, I'm like, I'm definitely looking forward to what Brad is going to be bringing to this franchise, because I'm loving what they're doing over there at Welcome to Derry. I've been trying to avoid spoilers, I've been dodging spoilers like Neo been dodging bullets in the Matrix. Because I have not seen the last 2 episodes. I told you I've been running around so busy like a chicken with his head cut off. I have been falling behind on shows. I didn't see the recent episode of Heated Rivalry, and I didn't see the last 2 episodes of Welcome to Derry. And I know the finale, if I'm not mistaken, is on Sunday. So I'm trying to catch up on all the things I need to catch up on before I can't avoid spoilers any longer. But anyway, I forgot to, I know. I do I keep forgetting to change the thing on that? Like, I had to take the timer off on this stream. Y'all be getting on my damn nerves. Now they put like 10-second timers on things. I have to make sure I turn off the 10-second thing. But anyway, we back. And I like to leave my little errors and stuff in the videos and things. It makes it seem more authentic. But anyway, so yeah. So oh wait, that's not even the right heading. It's this one. My bad, I am a mess today. So yeah, this is the headline we got to use. So filming recently wrapped in the upcoming Friday the 13th prequel TV series Crystal Lake from A24, which will be the franchise's first official installment in almost 20 years when it premieres on Peacock sometime next year. And we're in good hands with this one, as showrunner Brad Caleb Kane is also the co-showrunner of HBO's It Welcome to Derry. So what could we expect from Crystal Lake? Brad tells Entertainment Weekly in a brand new interview, he says, in many ways, it's a psychological thriller. It's a paranoid 70s thriller. And those are the type of films that I like. I love old 70s thrillers or psychological thrillers types. And so that'd be interesting because, of course, with Friday the 13th, I don't know how, I think they haven't figured out how to make a Friday the 13th work in today's era. So they feel it's much easier to do the Friday the 13th in, have it take place in the 70s or the 80s, whatever. I'm assuming that's what they're doing. Although we did have a postmodern Friday the 13th with the Jared Padalecki one. They had cell phones and things, but the cell phone signal was horrible. That's how they was able to explain that one. But anyway, to get back to what he said it has all the DNA of a slasher without quite being a slasher. There are rivers of blood in the show. There are very, I think, ingenious kill sequences and deaths and murders, but it's all done in service of character and theme and place and time. Not just, as people expect from Friday the 13th, just some guy in a hockey mask going around and, hacking up, counselors. Which, in this way, Jason is being played by a young actor, Callum Vincent, I think is his name. But Linda Cardellini, as you see in the picture on the left, is playing Pamela Voorhees. So she's going to be the one that's doing all the unaliving. So that's where that's coming from. So he also went on to say, I try to think about Crystal Lake and a Friday the 13th prequel as what era did the first movie come out of? It came out of the paranoid 70 thrillers era. He goes on to explain. It came out of the mistrust of institutions era. It came out of the women's lib era, the National Organization of Women era, the consciousness raising awareness era in America. I wanted to go and play with all of those themes. And of course, with him saying that, you already know the simpletons. Oh, I mean, that's woke because you're not understanding what he's saying. And he's referencing what was going on in the 70s, but of course, that era was before my time, but I'm interested in going and tackling that world that he's looking at as a blueprint to tell this type of story. And especially with everybody loving It Welcome to Derry, I'm now that I've seen his work, because I wasn't really familiar with Brad Caleb Kane's work. I mean, I'm sure that I've seen other things of his. I just don't know it off the top of my head. But now that I have a recent reference point to look at, like It Welcome to Derry, this makes me interested even more to want to check out what he's going to do with this, because I'm liking everything so far with It Welcome to Derry. Now, Brad Caleb Kane also teases that star Linda Cardellini, who plays Jason's mother, Pamela Voorhees, in the series, is going to shock and surprise a lot of people with her performance. He explains in his chat with EW, I think Linda Cardellini is going to get a lot of attention for this role. She's inconceivably brilliant in it. I can't really say any more. Here's the thing. You know what? I remember Linda Cardellini from Freaks and Geeks. That's where I first became aware of her. And so many people have had excellent careers beyond that show. Like the one that played her younger brother on the show, he's a director and a writer. I forgot. There was a story that came out that, he's developing the new Star Trek reboot. That's what he's going to be doing over there at Paramount. I think he also worked on Dungeons and Dragons, which I absolutely love. Dungeons and Dragons, the one with Michelle Rodriguez and Chris Pine. He co-wrote that. I think he also directed it. So he's got a career beyond acting, and now he's doing stuff behind the scenes. You have Linda Cardellini, who I've always liked in whatever she did. I remember even when she was on ER. That's why I was like following her career over the years. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what she's going to bring. I'm wondering if it's going to be is her character going to be similar to, like, not to compare, but Vera Farmiga. Remember when she was in Bates Motel? And kind of like, that's what I was thinking in so many ways about this Friday the 13th series. Is it going to be similar in tone to like Bates Motel and how that whole thing worked out? Except we're going to get some kills in the show. Bates Motel, in my opinion, even though I like the aesthetic and everything that was going on with that show, they was taking too long to get to get things going. But I enjoyed the show for what it was. And then they had the kid that played Norman's brother. He's on that show Fire Country on CBS. And he bulked up and he's all muscular and stuff. So, as I said, Callum Vinson is playing a young Jason Voorhees, and Linda Cardellini is starring as Mrs. Voorhees. The series will serve as an expanded prequel to the 80s / 1980 to be specific, slasher. Crystal Lake also stars William Catlett from 1001, Constellation, Devin Kessler, Godfather of Harlem, Cameron Scoggins from Shades of Blue, Nashville, and Gwendolyn Sundstrom. Nick Cordileone is Crazy Ralph, Daniel Koch as Claudette, Phoenix Parnevik as Barry, all characters as y'all remember from the original Friday the 13th movie, because Crazy Ralph, we're all doomed. And then you have Claudette and Barry, who were the couple that was hunching in the beginning and of the Friday the 13th movie, and he was like, oh, we wasn't doing that, we were just... And then, he got stabbed. And then the girl started screaming, and she was throwing empty boxes at Mrs. Voorhees, which we didn't know at the time it was Mrs. Voorhees that was doing the hackulation in the beginning of the movie. But now that we've seen the movie, we know who it was that was in the beginning that was kind of them, because y'all weren't paying any attention. Look what you did to him. Look what you did. Okay, let me stop. I'm going to start reciting every line from that damn third act. She was about to take out Alice because y'all wasn't paying attention when Jason drowned in the lake. So I should also say that if y'all were wondering, the season is going to consist only of 8 episodes. So I think 8 is enough. As a reference. I wasn't referencing the TV show, but 8 apparently, I guess, it is kind of enough to tell that kind of story. And if it does well enough, is there a way to kind of open it up for it to be multiple seasons, or is this sort of like a limited series or whatever? Like, that's what I'm curious about. Or are you going to leave it open in a way as that it could be a possible, more seasons that they could add on? So yeah, I'd say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story, the latest on, one of the showrunners, or the showrunner, I should say, from the Friday the 13th prequel series, Welcome, and from Welcome to Derry, stating what we could expect from this upcoming Friday the 13th prequel, Crystal Lake. Are you excited to check out the show? I just need to see a trailer to see how this whole thing is going to turn out, and then I'll make my overall decision on how I feel. But so far, because of what he's brought to it, Welcome to Derry, I'm definitely excited to check out what he's going to bring with this franchise and probably breathe some new life into the Friday the 13th franchise. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Some people say this might be the last movie Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans might do for this version of the MCU. They say that every time, and then all of a sudden they back up that Brinks truck, and then they show up and they keep, I'll make another one. How many times has Hugh Jackman said he's not coming back to do Wolverine? And then they keep backing up the Brinks truck, and he goes and takes the HGH and the steroids and hits the gym and, all that other stuff, allegedly. And then he's back in fighting shape. The Crystal Lake series is going to be interesting because how can you do a prequel? Will the last episode take place when Jason Voorhees dies? It'll be interesting to see, how they work that out and all of that. So prequels always rub me the wrong way because it's like, how do you make that work? We know the whole origin of what had happened. Is the Crystal Lake series going to show how Jason became the way he did? Well, Jason wasn't he in the spectrum? Wasn't he slow? Wasn't like he was deformed or whatever the case was. I don't know if that's what they're going to continue to go with. Because, back in the days, they were always thinking like if he's slow, they're going to make you look crazy or whatever. Like your eye down here, you got to look like Sloth from the Goonies. And it's like, no, why everything got to be like that? If y'all want to make him like some regular looking kid, but he's like autistic or whatever the case is, and he just so happened to drown, that to me works. We don't need to have Jason out here looking like an alien life. We don't need him out here looking like the Toxic Avenger. Y'all can have him look like just a regular kid who was, got away and they weren't paying attention. He drowned. And it went like that. And people going to be like, well, that's not Jason. I was like, please. This is not the 80s. This is a different situation. So, I think if we already know why Jason became the way he did. Because from according to the lore, he witnessed what Alice did to his mother, chopping her head off. Hence, in the sequel, how all of a sudden he's an adult when he's supposed to be dead, and he tracks Alice down and kills her in the beginning of the movie. So that's pretty much the version of Jason that they have out there. So I think that pretty much explains how he became the way he did. Then they started going into these things of like he becomes superhuman and Uber Jason. Well, Uber Jason was Jason X. Zombie Jason came in part 6 when he was revived, as a teen, as Frankenstein style when Tommy dug him up. Then Rorschach, Ron Palillo from Welcome Back, Kotter got his heart ripped out because he hit Jason upside the head with a shovel. But they said like he was mentally ill, like special needs. Did he ever talk? Jason never talks, except I think during the scene when Pamela was having a flashback and she started channeling her child before she went and killed Alice. We saw Jason was in the water drowning, and he did speak in that part, but Jason has never spoken. Just like I still ain't forgave Rob Zombie for making Michael Myers talk in his Halloween movie, talking about some damn die. Michael ain't never talked, and here you got him up in here talking. No, not only that, but you had him wearing homeless chic while he was around here killing people. I was like, what are you doing? Jason's mom did the killings in the first, so yes, that's how Casey Becker got tripped up. Because they were on the phone, named the killer on Friday the 13th. She was like, Jason. I'm sorry, that's the wrong answer. And she was like, it is Jason. I saw that movie, 20 goddamn times. I'm like, ma'am, it was Pamela. Jason didn't start killing until part 2. That's why you got to pay attention. He didn't say Friday the 13th part 2. He said Friday the 13th. I'm glad that Ryan. I'm glad that what the hell is his name? Kevin Williamson was clever on that part. I still am on him about that part 2, Scream 2, where he goes and makes a mistake about aliens. Get away from her, you bitch. Isn't it stay away from? No, let's get away from you, bitch. So, Pacey was correct in what he said about James Cameron. It was get away from her, you bitch. So you messed it up. You should have had him say, stay away. This still bothers me to this day. You should have had Pacey. I can't remember his damn name. Pacey from freaking I Don't Want to Wait, that show. Dawson's Creek. You should have had him say, stay away from her, you bitch. Isn't it get away from your bitch? Maybe it sounded better, but it's like, no, that's not the line. Joshua Jackson, now it comes to me. And you said, remember Jason supposedly drowned at Crystal Lake due to the camp counselors, but they weren't paying attention because they was, according to Pamela, they was hunching while he was drowning. They had a Friday the 13th series in there. I remember. It wasn't good, though. They had a lot of shows that was, a lot of series. I remember they had Friday the 13th. They had A Nightmare on Elm Street. I think they was trying to capitalize on like the whole anthology series thing, like Tales from the Crypt and that sort of thing. I love Tales from the Crypt. The show that used to scare the holy ish out of me, and I used to watch it on a little black and white TV. Tales from the Dark Side. When I was a little kid, that show used to scare the bejesus out of me, especially that eerie music. Mm-hmm. I mentioned who was going to play his mother, Linda Cardellini. Linda Cardellini, in the picture I showed her, is playing his mother. But anyway, so now let's get back into the show. And let's talk about some Netflix and their ratings. Now, here's the thing. I'm totally shocked that they actually revealed this because I'm like, since when does Netflix ever give us inside tea regarding, their analytics, their ratings, and all this other stuff? But I guess because this whole merger that's about to go down with Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery, Tessa Randos, are you feeling a little jolly? You getting in the Christmas spirit now? You want to reveal what the numbers are over there in regards of your programming? So not only are they revealing about Stranger Things, but they're also giving us tea about this Diddy docuseries that everybody's still raving about. I haven't watched it because I feel like I learned enough about Diddy to last a lifetime. And they didn't really reveal anything remotely new that I wasn't aware of, except for the new footage. That's the only leg up I think they have. And I truly believe that now that it's all starting to make sense, because I didn't bring this up before, but I really feel like the whole thing regarding how 50 Cent got his hands on that footage that Diddy is pissed off about, that was supposed to be for his documentary or whatever it was they was going to come out with. Apparently, the videographer that filmed all this stuff didn't get paid by Diddy. So maybe 50 petty behind heard through the grapevine that this photographer, this videographer did not get paid, and was like, oh, so what how much what's your rate in regards to the video, whatever case? I'll buy the footage off of you. Oh, you gonna buy the footage? Okay, so how much? And they negotiated or did whatever. So I totally believe that's where that stemmed from. So Diddy talking about, oh, it's my footage. I'm like, sir, but did you pay for it? Because if I'm following you around and you ain't paid me for my services, this is my stuff until I get a payment. So it's Stranger Things season at Netflix. So last week, the first 4 episodes of the sci-fi show's 5th and final season debuted with 59.6 million views in the first 5 days of streaming last week. The viewership increased to 23.6 million views. Its season 5 remained the most watched TV title of the week for December 1st through 7th. Additionally, all 4 previous seasons made the Netflix top 10 for the 3rd week in a row, with their combined total hitting 26.2 million views, up 1 million from the week before, indicating that season 5 is effectively bringing return fans and newcomers to the franchise as a whole. And remember, we talked about it on the show. There's a lot of people who churn with Netflix, whatever the case was, and we've had Onyx friends of the show always talk about that. Oh, I got Netflix because of season 5, and I'm sure after the fact there will be people like Onyx and others that once they've watched what they need to watch, they'll go back to the churning situation and turn the Netflix over to the next thing comes back. But it might be hard to get rid of Netflix now with this new Warner Brothers Discovery merger, because they're going to be getting all their IPs and things over there and bringing it to Netflix. But then Ted Sarandos also said that he will be outsourcing a lot of the Warner Brothers Discovery or Warner Brothers IP, like the movies, whatever. You'll be able to see it on other streaming services. So for them to still make their money, you might see Final Destination Bloodlines, that new Robert Pattinson movie. I forget what it's called. Mickey 17? The Batman. You might be seeing all those Warner Brothers IPs, whatever, on Prime Video, Peacock, whatever. So yeah, they're still gonna be outsourcing the stuff, even though you could watch it on Netflix. But I'm like, that's kind of smart. Still do what y'all need to do. But shout out to Sony. Sony was the only smart ones that decided, we're just gonna be a studio and we'll outsource our material and get that money that way. Still, it's too expensive trying to maintain a studio. It really is, or maintain a streaming service. You're losing more money than you're gaining. Instead of just outsourcing your material to other people and they pay you the money to use their material on their streaming service. So they said the second most watched title on Netflix during the week of December 1st through 7th was Sean Combs' The Reckoning, which debuted at 21.8 million views in 6 days. The docuseries has been a major generator of conversation, with Netflix announcing its premiere date just a week before its release, and Sean Diddy Combs issuing a cease and desist letter alleging that Netflix and EP Curtis 50 Cent Jackson used stolen footage. Well, I already gave my opinion on the whole stolen footage situation. Because like I said, if you ain't paid the man that filmed the footage, then the footage ain't stolen. I think he voluntarily gave it because he got a payment that you were supposed to have paid. Now, so now they said Christmas movies have begun their takeover on the Netflix top 10. The most watched movie December 1 through 7 was My Secret Santa, which debuted at 18.1 million views, followed by Jingle Bell Heist with 10.4 million views in its second week. Here's the thing. I've never really gotten into Christmas movies. Like, I don't like those Lifetime movie of the week Christmas movies. Or if you want to put like Lindsay Lohan Does Christmas or whatever, like, I don't get into those. What's up my alley is like a Silent Night, Deadly Night. Like, that's my stuff. Black Christmas. Like, that's my idea. Or Home Alone, because I grew up on Home Alone and I told y'all I wanted to be Kevin McAllister when I was a kid. Also, sidebar, Josh Hutcherson said that he auditioned to be in Home Alone and lost out. So I'm like, wait a minute. It couldn't have been the Macaulay Culkin one. It had to be with Alex D. Linz, because there's no way in hell you wasn't even old enough to be in Home Alone. Home Alone came out in 1990, and I don't even think he was born yet. So, I didn't read the article. I saw the headline, but he was like, yeah, he lost out on getting a part in Home Alone because he's been acting forever since he was a kid. I remember him from Zathura. That's the first time I saw Josh Hutcherson. He a man now. But so then they said, with Stranger Things taking up 5 spots, season 1 at number 2, season 2 at number 5, season 3 at number 6, and season 4 at number 7, there were only 5 remaining spots on the English language TV chart. Besides the Diddy docuseries, which went to number 1 of The Abandons, which came in at number 4, The Rats, A Witcher Tale, number 8, The Beast in Me, number 9, and Matt Rife Unwrapped, a Christmas crowd work special, is all on that list. So I do find it relatively fascinating that Netflix is all of a sudden revealing how many people sat and watched a lot of their programs, because normally I don't recall them doing that. But I guess because they're getting in the movie making business and wanting to buy and as actually purchasing a studio so they can get into some type of collaborative situation together. I see now Netflix is letting people know how many people like, we know they do the top 10 lists. Like, this is what all the streamers do at this point. They have the little top 10 movies, but it's interesting to know like how many people actually sat and watched Stranger Things, because it is a good season. I'm looking forward to the second half that drops on Christmas. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding how many people sat and watched Stranger Things 5, as well as Diddy's Sean Combs The Reckoning docu-series? Now the question remains, is it 23.6 million people watched all the way through, or did they watch like the first 5 minutes? Like, how do y'all, what counts as a view? That's what I'm curious about. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Said truth. I started watching the Diddy doc, and the fact that they have all these years of footage is some level of show me the receipts. And the crazy part about him is that he is such a narcissist that you're willing to film the worst aspects of yourself, and you really think like you ate with all this footage. It's like you even showing like how big of a narcissist and how much of an asshole you are, especially when you went out in Harlem and started trying to politic to get people on your side, even though we know you're a misogynist and an abuser and a manipulator. You went out there to manipulate the people, and then they caught you on film to, oh, I need to take a shower, and I need, like, I need pure, to purify my hands and stuff because I was around so many people. It's like you literally looking at your own people as diseased. And it's like, go play in traffic. That's why I can't stand an old butch queen. I mean, I'm not surprised that the Tron franchise was canceled at Disney. It's like the Tron franchises never did any relatively well financially. I mean, visually, I think it looks great. I love Tron Legacy. Tron Ares was a mess. I like the music, but the music didn't stand out as much as the Daft Punk soundtrack did. Even though I love Nine Inch Nails, I just don't feel like the soundtrack stood out the way that soundtrack did. That soundtrack still eats to this day. So shout out to Daft Punk for the timeless music that they brought to that franchise, to that film. And while Tron Ares looked cool, it just didn't, it wasn't as innovative as like 15 years ago when we saw Tron Legacy. Tron Ares just showed like what could have been, and it was an utter failure. So the movie was okay. I know you can actually, if you haven't seen it in theaters, you could rent it at home and watch it. So I'm not surprised that it was canceled, because it doesn't turn a profit for Disney unless it's like a part of a theme park type situation. I can see it doing that. Magical Mermaids in the building. So a lot of Warner Brothers IPs are already in other streaming services like Tubi, especially DC properties. Yeah, it's all over the place, which is why I don't understand why so many people do all of this stuff. Yep. We mentioned that earlier. You said not at night. Yeah, I know. They always drop trailers early in the morning. So we'll be talking about it tomorrow when it drops. I have no interest in learning anything about the Diddler, not even when it was coming from you. I always knew he was evil. First of all, and I'll say this, the Diddy videos don't do that relatively well, in the numbers whenever I talk about him, but I talk about it anyway. I guess they want to hear better from other people, whatever. But I'm going to still talk about the dealer because I ain't never liked his ass. You said, well, hooray for Stranger Things. Netflix is always giving their streaming number on Nielsen every week. Oh, well, I don't be paying attention. And now the creators are on their way to Paramount, which good luck with that foolishness. I love how you shouted me out in the topic. I'm also watching that other show I'm always talking about on Netflix. Yeah, not you talking about you trying to binge watch Gilmore Girls and you can cancel it. I need to finish finish the current season of Supernatural. I'm in before it gets taken off Netflix, and then I have to start all over at Prime Video because I want to finish out season 9 so that way I know when it goes over to Prime, all I got to do is start at season 10 and then go on. So that's like 5 more seasons I got to watch of Supernatural and I'll be legit. Well, I'll be straight basically. And that'll be the only time I'll be straight. But anyway, so speaking of the diddler, let's talk about Danity Kane. So Danity Kane apparently has hit the road. They're on tour, on doing a little brief tour, I should say. And I know a lot of people was wondering who was going to be a part of the group. So it's Andrea, which I was surprised Andrea came back because I believe she said she would never come back to the group. So yeah, it was Andrea, Aubrey, and D Woods. So yeah, the girls is back. That's awesome. I don't know if I still want to see the show, but I definitely want to hear from those of you who actually went to the show. Let me know like how it is and stuff. But anyway, so the Diddy's most successful making a band product, Danity Kane, is back on tour. And so, yes, 3 out of the 5. So the Damaged Girl group announced the Untold Chapter tour back in October, but didn't reveal which members were going out on the road until opening night. Oh, they did that shit on purpose because if y'all would have heard who was a part of the group, they'd have been like, oh, I'm not going to buy tickets. Tickets would have been lukewarm and they wouldn't have paid the coins. So opening night kicked off on Tuesday evening, December 9th. That's yesterday. And at August Hall in San Francisco, California. And the 3 members were revealed to be Aubrey O'Day, Andrea Fimbers, and D Woods. That means Dawn Richard and Shannon Bex are not part of this current lineup. And I don't know why they're not a part of the situation, but Dawn is doing, I know she just released a new song. I can't remember the name of it. I was trying to see, well, look. Well, first of all, because shout out to Judge Jarrett, because they said when the announcement was first made, Dawn spoke out on social media, and it sounds like it came as a surprise to her. She said, I'm not a part of this. I have not heard about it nor knew about it. Sending everyone love, she wrote in response to a fan back in October on Twitter. So she out here saying that she didn't even know that they were going to be going out on tour. And I think that is just dumb because, first of all, if Dawn was a part of it, she would have definitely brought a lot of her solo music fans over to the whole situation. And I know that she and Aubrey they don't see eye to eye in a lot of situations. And we know they've had back and forth, but there was also a period, and I thought they was cordial at this point. I remember at one point, they were cordial with each other. They were okay. And I thought that, okay, now that y'all worked things out and y'all came at you were copacetic at this point, that y'all can come back and work together. I guess not. But I guess Dawn is like, okay, well, yeah, I didn't know anything about it. And I don't know why Shannon's not back with the group. But I guess, who knows, maybe Aubrey wants to be the Beyonce of the group. But if it's not all of y'all, I don't know if people care or not. But it looked like from what I was looking at from the video online, it looked like a lot of them was there. Like not a lot of them, meaning that it looked like a packed house, that people were there to watch the show and they were excited. So the group powered through their classic hits like Showstopper, One Shot, and Damaged, as well as solo sections from D Woods and a duo section from Aubrey and Andrea. This marks the group's first tour since 2019. So it's cute that they're out there. Now they have it's in 3 acts. So we'll go through the song. Now, the Untold Chapter tour set list. Now, Act 1 is Hold Me Down, intros. Then followed by Sleep on It, Touching My Body, Heartbreaker, Two of You, Pretty Boy. And you know I love me some Pretty Boy. First of all, Welcome to the Dollhouse is one of my favorite albums. I like the music from the first album. Welcome to the Dollhouse has got to be the gayest pop album from a girl group in the history of girl groups, in my opinion. Like, yeah, we got Pussycat Dolls and stuff, but y'all got a lot of filler on y'all songs versus like memorable tracks. But when you listen to Welcome to the Dollhouse, now one track on that album is skippable. So now Act Two is Anybody Listening? Love that song. Picture This, interlude, poetry, then Secret Place, interview, Come Over, interlude, Right Now, and then Ride for You. And last but certainly not least, when we get to Act Three, and this is not the Beyonce's Act Three, but their Act Three, Lights Out, Sucker for Love, Bad Girl, oh God, I love that song. Legalize Me, and Call It Quits, which are D Wood's solo songs. All in a Day's Work and Lemonade are Aubrey and Andrea duo songs. Then we have One Shot, Not of Adrenaline. That's a RuPaul reference. Showstopper and Damage. They close out with that. So this sounds like a pretty good setup. I wish they would have had Dawn on this and then have Dawn do some of her solo stuff, but this is the show that they're doing. So yesterday they were at August Hall in San Francisco. Tonight, probably as we speak, they're at El Rey Theater in LA. Then on December 12th and 13th, they're at the Cabaret Theater at the Mohegan Sun in Uncasville, Connecticut. December 14th, they're at the Soundboard Motor City Casino in Detroit. On December 16th, they're in Pittsburgh at Jergy's Rhythm Grill. On the 17th, they're in Philly at the Union Transfer. And December 18th, they're in Boston at the Royale. And on the 19th, they close out in New York City at Webster Hall. So if you are looking forward to seeing Danity Kane, well, 3 out of the 5, in some capacity, those are the dates. Y'all can go on Ticketmaster, I guess, or SeatGeek, or whatever it is that y'all use, and get a ticket to go see 3 out of the 5 members of DK in a city that I mentioned near you. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Danity Kane? You know, with Diddy, everything going on with Diddy, it's nice to see that some of the girls are out here making a coin off of their music, even though they're not going to make anything off the masters or whatever. Because remember, Diddy promised them that, and they said that's crap ain't worth the price of tea in China at this point, after he done ran through it and messed it up. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Also, let me close that out. Supernatural is on DVD. I'm sure I could probably find the box sets and buy it, but I'm like, it's 15 seasons. I wonder how much it costs. It's probably expensive. All right, so now let's get into some blind item tea. So shout out to Rob Shooter, who revealed a blind item. And this blind item has to do with, you know, some people thought it was going to start and end with Diddy doing the freak offs. Well, apparently there's other celebrities out there having freak offs of their own. And Rob Shooter says, you know, according to him, that we could be another bombshell freak off might be hitting the airwaves pretty soon. So he said, darlings, my temper line is on fire, and the whispers are making my skin crawl. Another A-list rapper, yes, not the one everybody's already talking about, has allegedly been living a dangerously wild, disgusting double life. Sources tell me they said he's hosting Diddy-style freak-offs constantly. Drugs, private rooms, chaos everywhere. It's nonstop. And here's the part that truly makes me shudder. Well, I do like I do like Shudder, you know, the horror movie channel. Several women are reportedly pairing to come forward with stories of abuse, manipulation, and downright horrifying behavior. One source confided, they're terrified but ready to speak. With what he's done behind closed doors is vile, not what fans think, not even close. Now, while fans stream his hits and praise his polished public persona, behind the velvet robes is a nightmare. Another insider whispered, PR teams are clueless. If this blows, it's going to make every scandal you've ever heard look tiny in comparison. Honestly, it's disgusting. According to my sources, they said the fallout is coming in, honey. It's going to be messy, chaotic, and utterly appalling. So buckle up, darlings. The real horrors happen when the spotlights is off. And trust me, this blind item is about to take center stage. So this is according to Rob Shooter. Now, the question remains, who could they possibly be talking about? I know some people be quick to jump and say it might be 50 Cent because a hit dog a holler. You coming out here making up all these accusations, well, not making up, but you want to spill all these accusations to get back at Diddy, but you doing your own little freak offs. Can you imagine if that was the situation that actually went down? Like, I don't think it would be 50 Cent, but it would be funny if it actually was. Another person I could possibly think of, maybe Drake. It could be him. I was gonna say Boosie, but I don't think Boosie got the kind of coin to do the type of freak offs Diddy was doing. Although you was out here windmilling hard. And always windmilling hard, being loud and wrong about the craziest of things. I'm trying to think of like what big time rapper is out right now that could possibly be interested in doing this type of stuff. Can't really think of anybody remotely memorable off the top of my head besides, like I said, 50 Cent or Drake. I mean, the dealer's already in the prison. So we know what I have. Jay-Z, can you imagine it might be Jay-Z out here doing that mess? Oh Lord, that would look bad on Beyonce if it was him. Um, well, we know enough to you about Russell Simmons, but Russell Simmons is not a rapper; he's a mogul. So definitely curious to hear from y'all because I can't really think of anybody off the top of my head. But I'm gonna cut this clip up and definitely put it out there for the people to asking the people. Who do you think could be behind the next scandal to drop in regards of another rapper doing freak offs? It's like y'all didn't learn y'all lesson from seeing what happened to Diddy, but I guess a lot of times in this business in general, a lot of people tend to think that, oh, what happened to them is not gonna happen to me because I'm invincible. I don't think it could be off cheat because off cheat, he ain't got the type of coin. He would have to ask Cardi for a little cointada in order to host a freak off. He ain't got money coming in like that. We all know Cardi was the breadwinner. So I don't think it'd be off cheat. Yeah, I'm because a lot of these rappers of today, I'm not feeling a lot of them. So I'm kind of wondering, y'all think what if it's no, I was gonna say ASAP Rock. Rihanna will whoop that ass if it was him. Travis Scott, Kylie Jenner ex. Yeah, I'm still like running names through my head, but I definitely want to hear from y'all. Who do you think the rapper might be? Drop some names down in the comments. I definitely want to know what y'all overall thoughts in this story. So yeah, drop them down in the comments down below. A box set would probably be a couple $100. Yeah, and also, um, the one thing I like about the box sets versus like when you watch stuff on streaming, because they let the music expire, they give like poor man's versions of those songs that they had originally had their hands on, which is why I saw this recent interview, and I've been saying this long before he said it, but Hal Sparks did an interview talking about queer as folk and all that other stuff. And he basically was talking about like watching the show on the box sets because one of the things I've always said that it wasn't just about the sex and everything that drew me into, especially because I was so young when um Queer as Folk came out and seeing that type of sex and everything happening, unapologetic stuff happening on the show, definitely shocked the hell out of me in my young coming to terms of my homosexual days. But he said the one thing about the Queer as Folk, Queer as Folk and stuff was like the music. When that thumper thumper, that music that you heard from Babylon, the original tracks that was that was in the show, seeing the show and the music, how the music played into the story and the plot of everything that was going on with the show and the characters and all that stuff. When you watch like it on Paramount Plus or whatever, you're not getting the true vibe of the music. There's still songs that they have ties to, but that's why whenever I get in the mood to watch Queer as Folk, I put the DVD in my PS5 and I watch the episodes that way with the original music. Because I can't watch that way. It's the same way they say like with Supernatural stuff. A lot of people was complaining that they changed up the music. And we know, like, when you watch Supernatural, Dean is a big music head. I saw, especially like classic rock. He loves like the classic rock stuff. I saw Adele is mentioned in a list of British celebrities that went to Child. Not exactly, but 50 definitely has skeleton. Of course, not well. Emphasis on the closet. We'll just have to think of who has been looking rough. Okay, because they all come out here looking rough. All them nights I'll be staying up doing the drugs and thing. It's always the loudest ones with a lot of secrets. Absolutely. Like Nick Fuentes recently coming out admitting he was a virgin. Well, only because Piers Morgan asked him. And I cackled. And I was like, who's surprised? Like, you acting the way you acted, clearly you are sexually frustrated. That's why you hate women so much, because they won't give you no punani. But we know what you really want, Nick Fuentes. You want a real angry fuck from a dude. You want to bend over. You want to part them cheeks. You want somebody to call you racial epithets while they tearing them guts up. That's what you need. Good old angry fuck. Because that's the only way you take on a Nick Fuentes. Not cussing them out. You got to bend them over, tie them down to the bed, and fuck them raw. Remember when they changed the music for Queer as Folk when they put it on? Yes, just mentioned. Mm-hmm. I would say hopefully not, but crossing fingers, Nelly or Fat Joe. You want to know something? Now that you bring up, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Nelly. First of all, Nelly is going to be one of the performers at Jingle Ball this week, and I'm doing Jingle Ball on Friday. The lineup for Jingle Ball this season is trash. I don't know what was going on with y'all. Last season, at least it was a little better because you had Benson Boone, you had Tate McRae, you had Katy Perry. This year, I got a bunch of people I ain't never heard of except for Nelly and freaking Ed Sheeran. Everybody else, I'm like, who? These people are whacked me. It's going to be a long night, and I'm going to be so annoyed because the music is not going to be giving me what I need, but the check will be cute. So that's the only thing I'm looking forward to. But since you brought it up, there was a story that came out, remember, a couple of months ago, maybe I don't remember, about Fat Joe allegedly getting caught up in some sexual scandal. So it might be Fat Joe. You know, Fat Joe always run over his mouth, especially on that podcast with Jadakiss. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's mentioned, and I see him all the time at the Knicks game. Busta Rhymes could be a possibility. I mean, I remember hearing the story a long time ago that he was caught out there at a a homosexual sex party, allegedly. I remember hearing that story. These all sound like the Epstein files of rap. And look, everybody's got their, it's funny, it's like every genre has got their Epstein file. The fashion industry, the music industry, the film industry, they all have their little Epstein freak off type situations. So nobody's not surprised by this anymore. Now, one thing we shouldn't be surprised by if it does happen is Justin Bieber allegedly canceling his tour because he's notorious for doing that. So, speaking of Rob Shooter, because we did talk about him earlier, now he's got this story. Look, I hope y'all got y'all 2026 Coachella tickets. And, you know, because with that being said, there's also rumors I was hearing that he may end up canceling those shows because might be the only time that you're going to see Justin Bieber perform on the stage will be during Coachella. But yeah, as I said in the past, he's, because of his Ramsey Hunt disease and all the other stuff that's going on, he has come out and had to cancel concerts and stuff at the last minute. So according to reports, it's about, look, pull up a chair and clutch your merch, because the whispers going around is that Justin's 2026 tour have gone completely radio silent. Sources are saying that any discussions about dates, locations, or even concept ideas have stopped cold, poof, gone nada. Now, insiders say the pop superstar is still deeply focused on his health and personal life, one source confided. Justin's not ignoring his fans, but right now the tour talk isn't happening. He's taking his time, being very careful about what he commits to. Another insider added with a knowing smirk, every conversation about the 2026 tour has gone quiet. No hints, no leaks, no press announcements. Justin wants control over when and how he comes back. And the tea gets even richer. Now, a third source spilled the low tea by saying he's thinking long term. It's not just about hitting the stage. It's about doing it right, making it epic. But until he's ready, silence. But as we already said, he is going to be doing, they said he's going to be performing at select private events. And he also, as I said, is going to be doing 2 nights at Coachella. So, you know, they always have the first weekend and the second weekend. He's going to be performing there. And they said he's doing intimate shows here and there, little previews, if you will. It keeps the connection alive without the full-scale chaos of a tour. And so, look, you know what? With Justin being ill, honestly, I think for him, this works. So I'm not all that mad about it. I know the Beliebers will probably be pissed, but y'all have to think about it from the concept of Justin's illness. He cannot do I don't know what the side effects of Ramsay Hunt disease is. I have to do the research. But based off of his health issues and all this other stuff, well, maybe you need to stop smoking. And unless the weed is helping with the Ramsay Hunt and the face paralyzing and all the other stuff, if he needs to take his time and do like one-offs here and there or get paid a lot of money to do like Coachella, like do certain events like Coachella, and as long as the money keeps flowing in and he keeps the fans just a little happy, then I don't mind that. I feel like for Swag 1 and 2 that he released weeks apart, he should have done. Why don't artists, because this is me thinking, why don't artists do like how they used to do back in the day? Why don't y'all do like promo tours? Remember when Madonna would drop like the Confessions album era, or I think it was even American Life? A bunch of other ones too. I think also the music era. She would do like a premiere at Webster Hall or the Roxy or whatever the case is, get up on that stage and give y'all a little promo show to promote the album. I'm going to perform 5 new tracks from the record and a classic and give y'all a full-on little short and sweet show and call it that. Y'all don't do that. Y'all don't go to the clubs, the gay clubs especially. I mean, even though I know you straight boys are scared to go to the gay clubs because y'all thinking the gay boys is going to stick a couple of digits in your booty hole while you up in there trying to give sex appeal. And it's like, if you get up there and you pander to the gays and you give a show, everybody ain't trying to grab your dingling. I mean, quiet as it's kept. Mario was at a straight situation and got his dingling grabbed by a woman. So it ain't even the men that's out here doing this. It's the girls being disrespectful. So I kind of miss the days of artists going out and doing like the little mini promo tours where they would go on and go to the clubs or whatever the case is, and they would go out there and they would do a couple of shows before they launch the tour. We need that to make a comeback. So I feel like with Justin, even if he can't finance, like even if physically he can't be out here just doing the extensiveness of a tour. Like remember once upon a time, Lady Gaga had to cancel her tours because she was going through her ailments and stuff. Now it's like she really I guess she's figured out a way to make it all work because this Mayhem Ball, she's been performing this show for almost a year, if I'm not mistaken. Well, yeah, because since March when she was doing Gaga Cella and all that stuff, she has been promoting the hell out of his record. And the tour has been going on for as long as it's going on. In April, I believe, is when it wraps up. She's got 4 more months on this tour. So, if he wants to do like little things here and there, I feel like it works for him. But I do feel like it's best he do it on his own terms because he's young and and he's got a lot of ailments, and he can't be out here doing the extensive tours like he used to do because his body is the way your mind work and your body work, 2 different situations. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding these rumors that Justin Bieber's tour is canceled? I mean, you can't cancel a show that they haven't even been talking about possibly putting a tour together. Maybe he's going to test who knows? Maybe he could be testing the waters of Coachella to see what the overall feedback is. If people are feeling the Coachella shows, then they'll put a tour together. Remember this year, Lady Gaga said she was not planning on touring Mayhem, which I'm thinking like she bullshitting with that. But because of the success of the Coachella performances, she was like, you know what? The demand is there. I'm going to go to Singapore. I'm going to go to these other places that give y'all a show. And now I'm going to give y'all the regular ball. And that's what she did. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Are you upset to hear this news, or were you not even giving a damn, or did you not care whether or not Justin Bieber went on tour or not? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so now let's see what the people are saying over here in the comments. It said it might not even be a rapper doing free calls, could be an actor. Well, they said a rapper. So we're going by the blind item. They said another A-list rapper. So I'm like, okay, A-list rapper, spill the tea. Who is it? But if it comes out, then we'll see. Listen, the more I see and hear about the insidious nature within the entertainment industry, the more I'm reluctant to pursue a job there after. Well, look, after all this other stuff, they're making it harder for you to make it in this industry, especially with them trying to push AI to take over a lot of jobs, especially entry-level jobs. They're using AI to take over those jobs. So people are losing their jobs and stuff in this industry. He probably has Lyme disease, but he also has Ramsey Hunt syndrome. So he's probably got a lot of stuff going on. Promo tours sound fun, like hearing a new artist's song at a concert for the first time. Memories. That's why I said I missed the era of the promo tour. It's like, yeah, I'm promoting the album. So instead of me sitting here going on like how they used to do, oh, I gotta do Oprah, I gotta do this show, I gotta do that show. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna do those, but also to kind of connect with the fans, I'm gonna do these small little venues. Give me a little stage, especially if I know the gays love what I'm doing. If you're someone of a Madonna type of pop star, go to the clubs and have like 4 dancers, 5 dancers, maybe 6 max. Your little band on the side, in the background. You have your little small jumbotron. You like put together like a little club set. Like get very drag queen DIY with it. I can't imagine Justin Bieber making such a comeback like Demi Lovato or Selena Gomez. Even I haven't really seen him out there like that. Yeah, I'm not really. I mean, to be honest, I don't really feel Justin like that. I like Demi Lovato's new album, and even I don't think it's doing relatively well. But she has this new podcast that she's supposed to be doing with TikTok. I think that drops tomorrow. And I don't like Selena Gomez's last album. But you want to know something? Also, speaking of Selena Gomez, people were gagging because they was like, wait a minute. How the hell? They said Benny Blanco getting on RuPaul's Drag Race as a guest judge before Selena Gomez is wild. How the hell how did that happen? Not tossable salad syndrome. Madonna did 3 promo shows for Confessions and 2 for Hard Candy. That's what I said. Why don't they just go back and do that? Do promo shows. And she would go to like all the major cities and do it. What was it, like New York, LA, and Chicago or something? So that's what I was like, yeah, I would do that. I would literally go to all the little city spots. And then what I would do is film it for a TV special. Now Benny is one of the girls. I mean, he married one of the girls. But then I truly feel like Benny Blanco did to Selena what Janet did, what JD did to Janet. It's like when y'all start dating the man that produces your music or start hunching the man that's doing your music, they give you some of the worst music under the sun. Because I hated the production on that Benny Blanco Selena Gomez record. And it sounded like it was like contrived on what everybody else had done. So it wasn't really giving me Selena Gomez. It was Selena Gomez cosplaying Charlie XCX and cosplaying Lana Del Rey and cosplaying all these other pop, performers. Well, it makes sense that she would do London. Of course, New York being the epicenter of it all, it makes sense to do it here. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show and let's talk about this foolishness. Let's talk about The View. So, of course, The View, those broads over there. I hate when they get into talking about politics or what's going on in the world because it just goes to show how out of touch they are. So, the ladies of The View decided to weigh in 1 year after Luigi Mangione was arrested and pleaded not guilty to all charges for the unaliving of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. So, as accused Red Rummer, Luigi Mangione continues to court fans amid his pretrial hearing following the alleged unaliving, they use the A word, of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The View moderator Whoopi Goldberg has scolded Mangione in an impassioned statement on the air. The Oscar-winning actress introduced a hot topic Tuesday about Mangione's case, as well as young social media users who've grown fond of Mangione during the developments. And this is what bothered me because they reduced everything that Luigi Mangione was about as just like a bunch of damn groupies fawning over him because he's cute. And here's the thing: that is another irritation that I've had in regards of how people in my comments on social media have approached this thing. Yes, Luigi Mangione is attractive. Yes, we would love to see James Franco's brother play Luigi in a biopic. I mean, I would like to see Dave Franco play him. And most people have said that. Yes, we want this biopic to happen. However, him being attractive and bulking up, because Sir has been, Mr. Man has been hitting the gym. I mean, what else are you going to do in prison besides watch TV and work out and read books? You can't do nothing else. So But them just reducing it to a bunch of people being groupies and fawning over an attractive person, and then at one point Joy says something about, "Oh, they was all fawning over Charles Manson." Really, we're comparing him to a damn cult leader, a nutbag like some goddamn Charles Manson who had a swastika on his fucking forehead. This is what we doing. But she's so damn old. Like that lady, 82, 83 years old. So of course that would be her point of reference. But anyway, so I have the clip, courtesy of the E-Tube, because I couldn't find it nowhere else. I wanted to get off the TikTok, but we have it on. We'll play the clip. I want y'all to see it. It's not that long. It's like 5 minutes, I guess. So we'll play that, and then I'll give my overall thoughts on the matter. Hold on, let me pull up the volume, and please hold.
It's been a year since the arrest of accused CEO killer Luigi Mangione, who pleaded not guilty on all charges. He's had devoted fans standing outside of court and received over 6,000 letters in prison. It's not the first time we've seen this during a high-profile case, but what do you think is happening here?
I think that there is a certain type of woman, girl, who loves a bad boy. It seems like they just go for a bad boy. And so the Menendez brothers, for instance, very popular. Even Charles Manson, that faccia bruta with an X on his forehead.
I thought you were going somewhere else.
attracts women.
Yeah.
Maybe because you know where they are. Maybe that's part of the charm.
Well, this got a greater response than just women writing love letters in prison. This was like an uproar of support in the moments after this murder was hit the headlines. And I think it's a scary place to be when systemic injustices are projected onto one individual, which dehumanizes that person and the victims themselves. It's a scary place when rage can blur you so much that you've lost all forms of empathy and humanity for other people. I think the really sad part about his story is this guy was privileged. He came from a lot of money. He graduated summa cum laude from UPenn. This person could have been a change maker in the world. He could have actually effectuated change, and yet he opted to murder another human. And so I think if he's this proud of what he's done, which, you know, he seems to be very proud. We don't know of his remorse on any level. I think he should serve his time with his head up on his shoulders, because he could make a difference in prisons. There are people there that didn't have a better chance. Not that I'm justifying the crimes they committed, but this kid had potential and he chose this road. So,
by the way, they ate Sarah dumbass up in the comments, and we're gonna get to the comments of what the people said right after this whole segment. And once I say all the things that I need to say, but I just need to pause that so we could just say, so I can get that out of the way. Now, let's get back to the clip.
serve your time and quit having your defense lawyers try to weasel you out. You made a choice. Serve it.
You know, your psychology doesn't necessarily line up with your intelligence.
Well, I mean, the thing is, civil society is like, we are not a society of vigilantism, and God forbid we ever become that. And you can have any sort of...
Wait, we're not a society of vigilantism when we have a bunch of ICE agents running around rounding up people without due process and moving them to places where you can't even find them, like men, women, and children are being pulled away and split from their families and being shipped off to all different places. And then when you're trying to find them in the system, you can't find them. But we're not a country of vigilantism. Really, Big Belly? Okay. Now, this is why I said these people live in a silos and they're just completely out of touch with what is happening in our country. But we're not a country of vigilantism. We ain't got a bunch of Punishers and Frank Castles running around. Okay. Even though, a lot of these ICE agents, a lot of these nutbags take Frank Castle's motto and embody it on themselves, even though that's not even what the Punisher is about. But they use him as a point of reference. But we're not a country of vigilantism. Okay. Let's get back to the clip.
You do of the American healthcare system, anything. But at the end of the day, a father and a husband was brutally gunned down. And what I find is, Rich and Sunny could speak about this, is right now the defense team is doing what it should be doing. They're trying to get this critical evidence thrown out that includes his manifesto about the healthcare system. That is their job to do that. But all the while that they're trying to get that thrown out to make him have a stronger defense, he's responding to love letters that are critiques of the healthcare system and about what he did. And that to me just doesn't even out. It's like you either stand by what you did, to your point, with your shoulders up and your head held high, or you admit that you did something egregious and horrific and you serve the time for the crime you committed.
Because that's the...
Also, I should point out that they were talking about that stand up on what you did. We should say alleged, because that's why he's on trial. They have to have the proof. Also, I was hearing this, and I didn't even know about this. They said that they searched his bag without his permission. Now, if it was something where they ask you, and then Sonny will bring this up, that they were searching the bag and all this other stuff, and it was like, wait a minute, you don't even have a warrant to be going through this man's bag. They said they believed that he was carrying a bomb. Now, if he was carrying a bomb, why didn't y'all evacuate the McDonald's that they were in? Because you basically brought up a lie. if it was a bomb and there's a bomb threat, and this is what I learned even from my training at Madison Square Garden, if there is any kind of a high level threat, be it bombs or whatever the case is, our job is to evacuate everybody out of the building. And then once we've cleared the building, then we leave. And then we bring the people in and they go and they check for the bombs or whatever the case is. You don't check and see if there's a bomb on a person while there's people still in attendance in a specific area. Like, this is going to show, like, they screwed up this case. So I have a feeling that there may be some loopholes that these court people can try where Luigi might get off because they done fucked up the case. So he might get off due to a technicality. But anyway, because I was like, I know it's probably, y'all gonna get mad, whatever. Y'all can go on to YouTube and look up the clip, whatever case, if you want to see it in full without interruptions. But a lot of times, if I'm watching something and I gotta bring it up in a comment or react, I need to say what I'm gonna need to say because I can't retain all this information and hold on to it. Because I could forget. I ain't 20 anymore.
There'll be another one. It's a cog in a system.
Yes.
Like, there will always be another one.
You know, I think the system is doing what it's supposed to do. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. That is our system here, and I think that needs to be that needs to be expected. And I do know these defense attorneys. Actually, I know Karen Agnifilo extremely well. She is the best of the best, and she was a former prosecutor. And so I know for sure that he is getting the best defense. And don't we want that? I think we do want people who allegedly murdered a CEO, a young person with all the potential in the world, to have a defense. And so that if he is convicted, he is rightfully convicted, because that's the type of country that we are. We're not this sort of banana republic, or we shouldn't be, that throws people out of this country without due process, right? But let me say this, you know, the evidence.
This is annoying with how like YouTube keeps rendering and there's interruptions. But Sunny is absolutely correct in what she said. She was the only one that said alleged. Out of the other ones, basically just made the accusations and said, yeah, he did it. This is why I can't with Sarah. Like, I don't know what happened to her, but she started to show she a damn double agent anyway. Hold on, let me see. Why is this thing not
when they
moving?
arrested him, they immediately searched the backpack.
Yeah.
And as a reason, they said it was because they thought it had a bomb.
Oh.
Now, the Fourth Amendment to our Constitution says that you cannot be unreasonably searched, your body, your home, your effects, which would include a backpack, unless you have a warrant. And they did not have a warrant, but they did have this reason. You know, we think there was a bomb, but they didn't. It was at a McDonald's, and they didn't evacuate the McDonald's. So if you really thought, Miss Police Officer, that there was a bomb, you would have evacuated.
So
you would have evacuated.
Right?
So it could be, and
So
it could be,
police
and it could be
officer
grounds to
can't
get
check
rid
for
of
a gun if they're arresting someone.
They can, if they say, you know, do you have anything pointy? Usually during the arrest, they'll say, do you have anything pointy? Do you have anything that can harm me? Do you have a gun in that backpack? And then if the person says yes or no, it doesn't matter.
Do you trust someone that says, no, I'm
no,
good?
but I'm saying it doesn't matter. You take that backpack and you can search it.
Okay.
In this instance, she said they were searching for a bomb. But that doesn't make sense because they would have evacuated the McDonald's. So you can't use a lie to conduct a search because this country is not that kind of country. So.
Well, yes, it is, but I see what she meant. But yes, this is that kind of country, ma'am. So y'all need to wake up and realize the type of country we're in at this point.
All that to say, I'm not saying that he didn't do a horrible thing. I'm not saying that he's been found innocent, but I am saying that let's let the process work the way that it's supposed to.
And let's not forget, if you don't like the system, do something about changing it. Taking somebody's life is not going to help because there is now another CEO in place. So the real thinking here should be, how do I affect change to this? What do I do? How can I complain? What do I do? Because the minute you pick up a weapon, you are the problem.
Here's what.
All right, so there was that, and then it went off and cut, and then we got the ads and all other mess. Thank God that ad came in at the last second. But anyway, of course, so now Whoopi is saying that he's the problem because he picked up a weapon, decided to take somebody's life, and of course, you know, at the end of the day, I really would love to live in this crazy bubble of delusion that these broads live in, because these are broads that are just completely out of touch with the way the world is. So let's read what some of the commenters had to say on this. So yeah, the people in the YouTube comments, oh, they ate them up. One person said, Mary Antoine, I think is her name, said, I was a nurse in home health. A pediatric patient was denied by an insurance company a kidney transplant. The pediatric patient died within a month from kidney failure. Why is no one changing the insurance companies with murder? Why is no one charging the insurance companies with murder? So why y'all sitting here worrying about a CEO of a company that is denying people, the coverage to help them live longer? You're worrying about him and not worrying about the thousands, hundreds of thousands, I'll even say millions of people who are killed by shady ass insurance companies. Another person said he's famous because he started eating rich, plain and simple. Another one said, why are y'all that far removed from the scam known as healthcare? Well, when you're rich, you don't give a shit what the average people are going through. And that's the funny part about why I think that's probably one of the reasons why I don't watch The View, where they're so far removed from actual individuals and what they deal with. I mean, the only one that comes close to making any kind of sense of understanding would be Sunny, because she comes at it from a legal standpoint. But the other broads on that show are just they're rich. They don't have to deal with what us average Americans have to deal with on a daily basis. So this is why I really wish they would just change up them talking about politics, because these broads don't know what the hell they're talking about. Another person says Sarah has so much passionate empathy for CEOs and yet none for the children of Gaza. Oh yeah, we already know that bitch is a fucking Zionist. That's why I don't care for her. How many people had to die for that CEO to have a $10 million a year salary? Another person said, now that was a very interesting perspective coming from Out of Touch Sarah. How much money do you make these days? I told her they was eating them up in the comments. Another person said, are they this out of touch? Yeah, they've been out of touch. You're out of touch. I'm out of time. Going out of my head when you're around. And he said, Whoopi, we cannot change the system. Lobbyists, corporations, and billionaires make our system. And yeah, because clearly her old ass ain't paying no attention. But then again, Whoopi's a corporate centrist Democrat who's also fiscally Republican. She don't say but literally her attitude on finances and things, she is a fiscal Republican because a lot of her ideologies fit within that mold. So Whoopi don't be knowing half the shit she talks about on that. She never makes sense. And with them playing that music on out whenever they get to her, I think they just be trying to save her because they know she don't be paying attention. Or probably don't even, all she does is moderate and sit there, look like she's bored and collect her $9 million a year check. Allegedly, that's how much she makes. And she doesn't even know what she's talking about half the time. But I feel like y'all got the gist. Oh, they said what Luigi did wasn't about killing the individual CEO, but threatening what the individual CEO represents. It sends a message that is appealing to millions of Americans about the corruption within the healthcare system. And that is why he has so many supporters. Yeah, and it's like we point this out and they don't get it. But here's what I have to say on this. I feel like people like Whoopi, Alyssa, and Sarah with your Caucasian to billionaires are the problem. No way, now I should say this, and I've said this many a times, no way am I condoning what Luigi did, but I have said many times that I understand why he did what he did. What Luigi allegedly did was more than take a CEO's life. I feel like he's also shone a spotlight on the atrocities insurance companies do daily to millions of Americans. And speaking of which, where is the outrage against the insurance companies who continue to deny coverage to so many American people? So correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm buying into healthcare and I get sick or end up in some, with some life-altering illness, those so-called insurance companies you went on a previous Hot Topics ran about because you said, oh, I buy insurance. And if I don't go to the doctor for a year, aren't they supposed to give me my money back? Because this is how she think insurance works. You're supposed to give her her money back if she ain't going to the doctor for a whole year. So where her money? Because this bitch always worrying about where her money at. Apparently, she thinks she Rihanna. Pay you what you owe me. Bitch better have my money. So, that's how insurance works, ma'am. And you've been around longer than me. You should know how the insurance companies work. But we already know the insurance companies who they cuff to. They don't care about us. They all care about their little billionaire buyouts. And taking advantage of us and having people go into bankruptcy with them co-pays and everything. And we know the insurance is going up. Some people was paying the little bit of copay, their copays have been doubled. And Sarah sitting there saying Luigi coming from a wealthy family that he could have changed the healthcare system from within is downright laughable and shows how out of touch she and half the panel is on how Americans are struggling and how horrible the healthcare system is in America. You also can't sit up here and speak on where he comes from because you don't know his financial situation. Just because he comes from wealth and he has a rich upbringing doesn't necessarily mean that he has access to the resources and the financial wherewithal that his upbringing entails. So you can't sit and speak on his financial situation when you don't even know where his financial situation is coming from. I don't even know if his family is even supporting paying his way in regards to this attorney. I know he was getting a lot of donations and stuff from a lot of supporters, so I'm wondering if he might be using that money, or maybe he does have his family helping him pay for that. But I don't know because I'm not in his house. I'm not in his situation, so I'm not in his account, so I'm not his accountant. So you can't judge somebody on their situation if you're not even aware of what their situation is. And first of all, let's also talk about this whole Gandhi bullshit of and I love me some Gandhi, but I'm just calling it what it is. This be the change you want to see in the world. That was cute back in the day, but when you come and understand when the curtain is pulled back and you see the eyes behind the curtain and all this stuff, the great and powerful eyes, when you get to see how the gumbo is made, when you actually get in the room with those people, you really think one person coming in and trying to make a change, and them people that's been used to having things done a certain way, and them making the money that they've been making for as long as they've been making it, is going to let somebody come in and change up situations and them live long enough to be able to do it? Come on now, we got to be for real with how corporate greed and how oligarchs work in this country. So you sit up here trying to sell this bullshit on TV to your little centrist viewers. It's like, come on now. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining, ma'am, because we see through all the bullshit. Maybe, boomers and everything that watch the show don't, but I see through it. And this is also why people don't watch shows like The View. This is why they get the information from the more progressive talking heads on YouTube, because they're willing to tell you the truth. The Sabby Sabs, the pondering politics, the breaking points, the Kyle Kalinskis, and all the ones in between. So if millions, but I feel like at the end of the day, if that one, it may not go down. But if millions stand up against the establishment, there's only so much they could do to hold the masses off. And it also goes to show yet again a bunch of rich corporate centrist Democrats and independents, which Sarah claims she is, are completely out of touch with the realities of American people. And kudos to the people in the comments that I read that ate their ass up in them clueless clucking hens. Thank you for reading their ass down to the ground, because they don't understand what the hell they're talking about in regards of all this other stuff going on in the world. They're completely out of touch, and it shows. So, those of us with a functioning brain know that people like Luigi aren't the problem. The problem is, since you clearly don't know what it is, you're trying to sell people up on this grift. I'm going to tell you what the problem is. The problem with corporations, the oligarchs robbing the American people of universal health care, and the so-called Democrats who refuse to fight for Americans to have basic right to live in a world they buy into by working their ass off until they collapse. Or how about y'all work on a whole Medicare for all situation? Jasmine Crockett, you want to take 5 minutes of being a pit bull for the Democratic Party, and now you want to run for Senate in Texas. This should be something that you should jump on. Denounce Israel, because we know you was cucking for them before, and come out and sit and say you're for universal health care and all the basic needs that American people need. A living wage, making sure that people get all the basic needs they need, like bring down the price on groceries and things like that. I mean, I know you don't have the ability to do that. That's all up to the companies, the food companies and things, and how they get all that stuff within. Especially like the beef and all the other mess. So work on trying to build a relationship and get people to, vote for you and stuff and stand for something. Don't sit up here and listen to James Carville and continue to play possum. Yeah, playing possum is cute, and Republicans showing the mess that they're creating. But also, if y'all actually show a little fight in you, you can gain more points with the opposition team and Democrats than just getting a couple of little points for playing possum. So, at the end of the day, I just feel like, all this other mess, they wouldn't know anything about that because these broads get paid millions to run their cotton mouths for an hour. So they don't know. And that's just how I feel in that. So Whoopi sitting there talking about she scolding Luigi Mangione. I was like, girl, sit and spin on a spiked covered dildo. That's what you need to do. And I don't care if people find it disrespectful. What you're not going to do is sit up here and disrespect people and not understand what real American people are going through and thinking, I'm just going to respect you because you a fucking EGOT. You can take all them EGOTs and shove it up your ass and your damn twat. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding these clueless bitches over there at The View saying stuff about Luigi Mangione and all this other stuff when they don't even have any kind of clue what the hell average Americans are going through in this country today? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know what your thoughts on this story are in the comments down below. Well, I will use whatever the fuck I want to use on my own goddamn channel about anybody I want to talk about. You don't like it? Here's the thing. I could ban your ass and you could leave. So don't get over here and tell me what the fuck I could say about anybody. I don't give a fuck if you're a woman. I don't care if you're a man. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're a child. I will use derogatory comments about any fucking body I want on my fucking channel. And if y'all don't like it, y'all can go somewhere else. Don't tell me what to do on my own goddamn show. You're not paying the bills over here. Whoopi needs to go somewhere and be like Casper the Ghost and disappear. I'm like, suck my dick from the back. Fuck out of here. It said Luigi Mangione can unalive this. Shut up. He says Sarah is insufferable when she speaks on politics. When she speaks on anything, I hate when people come up in my comments and tell me, oh, well, because you a certain gender, suck my dick, bitch. It's like, I don't give a fuck who you are. Everybody gets it on this goddamn show. I'm not changing what the hell I say. Now I'm getting pissed. Because don't be coming up here and telling me how I should talk in regards to people. I cuss everybody the fuck out when you piss me off. On camera and off. And if anybody who's ever been around me and how I get with this mouth, y'all know. And I got fists to back it up. These women already decided in their heads about. Of course they did, and this is the narrative that they've been going on for a while. That was another reason what turned me off from. And now I see a couple of y'all left the room after I went on that little rant. I don't give a fuck. I give a shit. This show, yes, I get a little coin from it, but this ain't my money maker. This is not where I get my. This is not where my bills come from. We're doing a show, a channel, this show, whatever. Yeah, the money I get from it helps. But this ain't my money maker. I make money doing other things. I said these women already decided, and exactly. And that was the thing that pissed me off about The View, is the fact that there's a certain narrative. I don't know if it's necessarily them believing what they're saying, or this is a narrative that is spoon-fed to them regarding producers and people that work behind the scenes at ABC is saying this is the narrative y'all need to give. Because this is what I've also always learned. It's the same thing with Joy Reid and Don Lemon, which is why I don't watch them now that they've decided to jump in my neck of the woods of what we do over here. Because y'all don't have no problem going on CNN and MSNBC spewing those BS ass corporate centrist talking points. And then when y'all got fired because for whatever reason, because y'all decided to challenge and go at Trump or whatever the case was. I don't even remember why them two got fired anymore, nor do I care to look it up. But once y'all started losing your jobs, then y'all decided to come over to our neck of the woods. You want to do interviews with Jennifer Welch. I love Jen and Punks, but y'all want to go and do interviews with them, and y'all want to talk about all this other stuff. You want to do all these things, and then y'all want to come out and say the truth. Now that you are no longer part of the system that y'all financially benefited from by being over there on CNN and MSNBC. So I'll be side on them. It's like, once I see y'all for who y'all are and why y'all was doing what y'all was doing, I can't get behind you and support you as an independent when you was over there working for the other team. And you was okay with spewing the bullshit that you was spewing when you was making a coin over there, for them companies. What's crazy is watching shows like Welcome to, not Dairy, DERY. You said, and comparing that to the ICE raids is basically the same thing when you see the last episode. Yeah, it was like how a lot of the root of shows like Welcome to Dairy is like, yeah, it's racism. And how they use a lot of your fears and everything too. How, a creature like Pennywise or whatever entity he becomes, he feeds off your fears. And one of the biggest fears that people should be paying attention to is like, yeah, racism. That's America's fear, especially a lot of white people. He said, like hell am I going to listen to a conservative about integrity, talk about vigilantism and such. Yeah, okay. You continue to believe that delusion if you want. I said, I got time today. What kills me is their blatant hypocrisy. They condemn Luigi's alleged murder, but don't address the thousands of people. Yeah, that's what, and it goes to show like the bias in what they were talking about. It's like, so you only gonna bring up what Luigi did. Oh, you kill one person, they're gonna bring one person in. Yeah, that's that fear mongering talking point. Because it's like, yeah, and then and yeah, so one person dies, yes, when one person is taken out, they're gonna bring the next person in. That's a no shit Sherlock type of situation. But at the end of the day, how do we address the real issue, which is how insurance companies are making millions of dollars off the backs of people's deaths and ripping them off? Why isn't that the conversation? But no, everybody wants to sit and focus on, oh, he took a life and now his kids don't have a family. What about the thousands of people who died? Like we mentioned, the person who had the kidney failure and then died because they didn't get a transplant or whatever because the insurance company wouldn't cover it. What about their family? What about the other person that's got cancer and needs help with, you know, the insurance company to cover whatever bills need to be covered, and the insurance company denies it and they die of cancer-related illness? What about their family? Why are we worrying about a corporate CEO who made millions of dollars over the deaths of millions of people in this country? Why does his life matter more than an average person who just wants to be able to live long enough and take care of himself, the average working person? Why do rich people care? Don't even get me started, because I'm just feeling like rich people only give a shit about themselves. Like, the fuck the rest of us, because we know you're a part of that, the elite. So elites are gonna protect, are gonna protect themselves. These hoes defending the billionaire class. Exactly. I should have said this in the last topic about JB. I know you don't like the Swithologist, but he put out an amazing video essay over the weekend about pop stars aren't iconic anymore. Well, they aren't. I don't feel like these girls are giving me the iconicness. That's not even a word. I just made it up. That I used to love from the artists of my era. Many years ago, I was doing nursing clinicals in Miami hospitals. I took literally the last heart reading of someone who is shot and pushed to the side so they could die. And literally the reason being they were not treated was because they had no insurance. But fucking Florida. Let's not forget that after that pew pew day, insurances approved basically all requests throughout the nation. So I'd say it did affect change. Well, and that should have been brought up. I told you, it's like when I get and I am, and it's like, yeah. The person that pissed me off was the one that told me to stop using derogatory words towards women. I use derogatory terms however the fuck I want to use derogatory terms towards. I don't just use it against women. I use it against everybody when they piss me off. But don't sit up here and think that women are going to be exempt from the vitriol. Y'all be the same ones that come out and got shit to say when somebody on the other side piss y'all off. Y'all don't be sitting up here curbing y'all mouths. So why the fuck I gotta do it? And that's exactly what it is. Everybody's on equal footing when it comes to me. I treat you the way that you treat me. And if you're gonna sit up in there and say something, I'm coming back hard. And I don't give a fuck what your situation is. I told you I cussed somebody out at work. This bitch pissed me off, and this guy gonna tell me, watch my mouth. I said, who's gonna make me? And I looked at him and was like waiting for him to get up and put his hands on me. Because I was like, what you not going to do is tell me how not to talk to somebody. This bitch sat there and was disrespectful to a coworker of mine, and I stood up for that coworker. A woman, by the fucking way. That's who was a woman was disrespecting another woman. And I said something because I ain't like her tone and her attitude. And he gonna tell me to watch my mouth. And who's gonna make me? In the words of Sheree, who's gonna check me, boo? Not you. I told you there's only two people in this world that scare me: the man upstairs and my fucking mother. Well, I shouldn't say my fucking mother, my mother. Those are the only two. Other than that, y'all can all kiss my ass. And y'all know what I'm saying. I'm not saying y'all literally watching the show. I'm just saying in general. People, y'all can kiss my ass. Anyway, let me woosah, because that person done got me tight. Let me get back into some more mess. So let's talk about Sex in the City. So apparently Kim Cattrall, and I didn't even know this, she ended up getting married out in London. And it should come as no surprise that none of the Sex in the City girls was invited to her wedding. So darlings, grab your martini and clutch your pearls because the tea on this one is hotter than a Manhattan summer. So Kim Cattrall's private wedding to Russell Thomas proved once again how deeply estranged she remains from her fellow Sex and the City leading ladies, and this is according to Radar Online. The actress, who's 63, married her longtime love, who's 55, in a small London ceremony on December 4th, attended by a dozen close friends and family, as the former HBO star wanted no distractions. Saying, quote, Kim wanted it pure, personal, and zero drama, and she got exactly that. No distractions, no cameras, just love. And this is what a source told Hollywood insider Rob Shooter, who wrote about it on his Substack. She kept the guest list tiny on purpose. No drama, no diva demands, no red carpet nonsense, just love, laughter, and the people who actually matter. Cattrall and audio engineer Thomas exchanged vows at London's Chelsea Old Town Hall, followed by a small reception featuring champagne and a wedding cake at the series Peninsula Hotel. While there was zero chance Cattrall's Sex and the City enemy, Sarah Jessica Parker, would score an invite, she also remained estranged from co-stars Cynthia Nixon and Kristen Davis. The foursome last worked together on the second Sex and the City film released in 2010. This wedding was about them, not the headlines. No publicity stunts, no other SATC drama, exactly the way Kim wanted it. This is what an insider said about Cattrall and her new husband. Cattrall did have a prominent SATC staffer as key part of her wedding, as the show's longtime stylist and her close, of course she had Pat Field there because she was the only one, and this is the ultimate gag. How she got Pat Field to style her for that one little cameo that she did on And Just Like That, and Pat Field ain't been back on the show since Sex and the City went off the air. So yeah, she only had Pat Field there. They said the mannequin star looked heavily sharp in a Dior suit, Jimmy Choo heels, and a bespoke hat by milliner Philip Tracy. They said Kim looked like Samantha Jones incarnate, fearless, elegant, and completely in charge of her moment. Everyone else, just props in her story. Basically saying like, referring to her iconic SATC character. Well, we know who Samantha Jones is. Cattrall and Thomas met in 2016 when she appeared on BBC's Woman's Hour while he was working on the show. The pair bypassed an engagement and went straight to getting married after nearly a decade together. The Central Intelligence stars shared the news in an IG post featuring a black and white photo of the newlyweds kissing. Cattrall's wedding day hairstylist Carlos Ferraz gave a better look at the nuptials in the December 5 post or December 5th post. It showed the happy couple standing in front of a wall of flowers with the How I Met Your Father star holding a bouquet of calla lilies and other winter white florals. Another picture showed the newlyweds emerge from the registry office arm in arm with Cattrall holding her bouquet triumphantly aloft. Well, here's the thing. I don't know why anybody would be surprised that Kim Cattrall wouldn't invite these other broads to her nuptials. It's like, we've always known that Kim Cattrall really wasn't here for them other Sex and the City girls. Like, that was never like, she never, I guess like since the show, she really didn't hang out with them and see eye to eye. It just seemed like she really wasn't there. We already know she got her disdain for SJP. But Cynthia Nixon and SJP have been relatively close. Like, they've known each other since they were kids. And Kristen Davis, I guess, is just there. So I don't know what the dynamic of what was going on behind the scenes. All we know is like basically what Kim Cattrall said in interviews regarding her relationship with the show and wanting to move on from that and that sort of thing. And I'm glad that she's like, you know what? I want to have my happiness. I want to do my happy little thing the way I want to do it amongst people that I genuinely kiki with and I have a genuine love and affection for. I want to keep it small. I want to keep it intimate. And I've already moved on from the whole Sex and the City thing. So that story about SJP wanting to have one more go at Sex and the City, you already know Kim is like not coming back as Samantha Jones, even though that is something that I would want. But wishful thinking on our part, we're not going to get it, unfortunately. She's moved on. I'm not surprised by this news, but of course, it's salaciousness, it's gossip, it's catty, women fighting. And it's a story. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you surprised that, yeah, Kim Cattrall didn't invite her former Sex and the City co-stars to her wedding, to the man that she's been in a relationship with for a decade? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Congratulations to Miss Cattrall. And you said, and I don't blame her. You treat me like shit because I made the show entertaining. Not her fault. She's an icon. Exactly, because you got mad allegedly over the fact that Kim Cattrall was a standout girl on that show, and we all wanted to be, we were all Team Samantha, and the rest of y'all were just okay. Y'all were what y'all were, and SJP was mad because Carrie Bradshaw was flawed. But she was always doing real fuck shit type stuff. So I think that's what pissed a lot of people off, especially how she treated Aiden during, the Sex and the City years. So, yeah, we all wanted to be, well, I don't know, I can't say we all wanted to be, but I know I was always, I resonated more with Samantha out of all them girls on that show. Which is funny because Carrie was not the girl SJP wanted her to be. It was always Samantha. Samantha was the breakout star. She was the breakout character. Is this another case of actors thinking they're above their work? What put them on the map, despite this being Kim's peak and biggest role? Yeah, because I'm like, you know what? She's done so many parts, but we can't sit and deny that, yeah, Samantha Jones was her most iconic role. But then again, I don't know if it's necessarily, we should just resort it to her thinking that she's above the work. I think if allegedly, because the story was that SJP did her dirty around when they were going to do the third Sex and the City movie, how contracts fell through because Kim wanted a bigger payout or payday to come back. And Sarah, I think, from what I remember, I could be wrong, put a chop to it. And Kim felt like that was the ultimate betrayal. And since then, where she's seen how certain people move behind the scenes with, of course, SJP, this being her baby and her project and the thing that she has a lot of control over. If I know I'm the breakout star and I know my worth, and you still trying to keep me behind you, and I'm saying, yeah, if I'm going to come back and do another one of these things, I need a certain amount of money that y'all need to come to the table with, and you're not going to get paid. I mean, yeah, I guess if you a EP or whatever, you should get paid slightly more if this is a show that you created or help create or help get the things that need to be get. Like if you help bring in Patricia Field, if you help bring this in, you help bring that in. And it's like, okay, I could definitely see you making more money than me. But if my ask is, yeah, if you want me to come back and I'm sitting there making $6 million, I'm like, you got to pay me 10 to do this thing, especially when all these movies been a hit. Y'all better come up with that money. Otherwise, I'm not coming back. Because who knows? Because, and I know some people hate this, but yeah, the reality is you're only as good as your last project. And if you can get a bunch of movies and stuff made, and yeah, you could do Sex in the City, but after that wraps up, it's like, who knows when my next check is going to come? Like, there was a story that just came out about Josh Hutcherson, said he'd been working consistently since before Hunger Games. Once he got Hunger Games and he started doing all that, then the calls stopped coming in. He couldn't get auditions. Even when he would go on auditions, they wouldn't hire him. So there was a period where he wasn't getting work. And he was like, they were like, oh yeah, you're going to be the it boy and all this other stuff is going to happen. But it's almost as like, because he was a part of this major franchise, he was being punished for it. But back before he went on Hunger Games, he was getting bookings after bookings after bookings after bookings. So it's like when you're so used to a certain thing and then, yeah, you come upon this big tentpole franchise based off of a hit book. And now you punishing me because these books were a hit. Like, you would think that because this was a success, I would be, you'd be coming at me with, a mountain of scripts that I could choose from. But that's not the plan that they had. Folks can't seem to grasp she moved on. I'm glad to see that she's doing well enough for herself and that she's not showing up just for the check. Yeah, and that's what it felt like, that with Sex in the City, these other girls ain't really working. So y'all, outside of Sex in the City, so yeah, you're going to show up for the check. Because, yeah, I can make a reply of the role because I ain't been getting nothing since then. Cynthia Nixon does little things here and there. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, if oh yeah, I'm gonna come back. It's like you're coming back for nostalgia bait and for a check. Kim's career, even if the shows don't last beyond a season, at least she's working. So at least that's a check that's gonna last her for that moment. Let that be a lesson of how you treat others, because it'll always come back and bite you in the ass. Absolutely. SJP let her insecurities get the better of her, just like that would have still run if Samantha was in it. I don't know. First of all, there was a lot that was going against, and just like that, I don't even think it even had to do with Samantha. It was the fact that the writing on that show was atrocious. And they couldn't figure out how to make these type of girls navigate in a world of what it is today. And y'all were trying to be too PC with a lot of stuff going on. And then y'all were trying to do, oh, you know what? Let's come up with some crazy over-the-top fashions for Carrie. I'm like, Carrie would never wear this some strawberry shortcake sack on her damn head like she wore in the season 3 premiere. I'm like, these outfits, this is not what Carrie would wear. Looking like a damn homeless woman. And y'all doing all this because you were it was like clickbait, rage baiting, or whatever kind of bait you want to call it. Well, I would say masturbate once we get into talking about this next topic, which is Britney Spears' ex-husband posed for Playgirl. So I wasn't laughing at that part, but it was the setup to this story. So apparently Sam Asghari is on the latest cover of Playgirl. Looking good, by the way. Half naked and naked in certain parts. But here's the thing, which ruins it for me. My thing is, if you're not showing pole or hole, I don't want to see it at all. Because it's like, well, what's the point of doing Playgirl if you're not going to give us the goods? So this is why I miss my friend Daniel DCO, who used to do the whole Playgirl thing. He was the one that got Levi Johnson. You remember Bristol Palin baby daddy to be on the cover of Playgirl back in the day. Kind of need him to come back and do it, because we don't want to just see, okay, a man with a great body and you got a towel or whatever over you, but you're not going to show us the goods. So anyway, Sam Asghari is Playgirl's latest cover star, posting shirtless and at times pantsless for a racy spread in the magazine's December 2025 issue. On one of the two covers, Britney Spears' ex-husband stares down photographer Katie Levine's camera in a pair of unzipped leather pants by Trinidad 3, his ripped abs front and center in the shot. The other's even more risque, with the Iranian-American model and actor posing poolside at LA's Paradise Pasadena, wearing nothing but a strategically placed towel. Now, Asghari, who's 31, and Spears, who's 44, didn't she just have a birthday? Happy birthday to her. Dated for over 7 years before becoming engaged in 2021. Following the end of the Lucky Singer's controversial conservatorship, the couple married in June 2022, but separated just 1 year later, with Asghari filing for divorce in August of 2023. Asghari spoke warmly of his uber-famous ex when in the accompanying video, according to writer Sandra Song, referencing an old Iranian proverb that says you must never speak ill of those you've eaten with. Sharing a meal is to pledge your loyalty. And here's the thing. I know a lot of people sit up in here and look at Sam as, I don't trust him, whatever the case was. But as long as I've been paying attention to all of this, Sam has never said anything remotely negative about Britney compared to others like Kevin Federline, who runs around here saying all kinds of shady shit about his ex-wife for a check, and that book bombed at the box, on the charts. I'm gonna say at the box office. It bombed. Nobody went and bought the book. Nobody cared about the book. That's why I was glad that so many people went, and even the bloggers and all this other stuff started spilling all the stuff that was in the book, so you didn't have to go out and pay your hard-earned money for that mess. Just read the blogs or watch people like me talk about it so you can save your money. Whatever follows is irrelevant, he added, and the best thing you could do is celebrate the past. Appreciate the past and not dwell on the fact that it's over. Be happy it ever even happened. Now, Asghari is currently working on a movie that mirrors his own experience about exiled artists from countries that forbid free expression. His experience with Spears, who when they met was already under her highly publicized conservatorship, opened his eyes and told him that fame and money aren't the most important things in life. And speaking of conservatorships or guardianships, damn, I forgot to bring up that story about Wendy Williams, because according to her attorney, Tony Tacopina, I think is his name. He's saying that Wendy could be out of her conservatorship or guardianship. It's the same shit, different toilet. Her guardianship by the end of the year. So fingers crossed that happens. And she was out partying recently. His experience, like I said, it's clear from the lighthearted, tantalizing photographs accompanying the piece, including a shot of the star in a bubble bath, his black boxer briefs just barely visible under the foam, that Asghari is indeed pursuing his version of the American dream. So who knows? When they talk about him and whatever, I'm like, what if Sam ends up, could you see him doing an OF? But I think he's trying to do other things besides adult cinematography. Like that'd be the last resort, I would think. He's a personal trainer, so you can make money from that, especially in LA. So he said, I'm going to be the Sam that I was when I moved to America, because I'm still the person with the same enthusiasm, with the same positivity, with the same energy. And here's the thing. It's good for him. Like, he seems to be a nice guy. He seems to be charismatic. I like when he was on The Traitors for, the little time that he was on there, the screen time they gave him. But it's time that he figures out a way to carve out an identity for himself outside of, Britney Spears. And that's the thing when it comes to people like Britney, is the fact that anybody who dates her is going to be scrutinized under her shadow and hard to try to carve out their own identity. Now, let's go to the carousel that I have of Sam, in case y'all didn't see the pictures that I had over on my channel. So there's the first Playgirl cover. I like the pants. And then here's the other Playgirl cover where he is bucket naked with just a towel covering his Iranian heat missile. So then we have also, he is looking like a snack in a towel. I like the long hair on him. And then he's in look like leather pants. I like that chair. And here's again, I like these denim jeans that he got on though. And then he's in the tub. They say he's got on black boxer briefs. That's cute. Should have been wearing less. And then there he goes with the solo photo. He looks good here. It reminds me of, damn, who was that adult cinema performer that he kind of favors him, like skinny, did like a gangbang. I remember he came out as HIV positive and started doing bareback movies. I can't remember his name, but I know he follows me on Twitter. But he's like one of those iconic vintage adult performers from back in the day. I can't remember his name, but he kind of favored him in that picture. I was thinking, but anyway, so I'd say, this Jeff Palmer, I think was his name. Yeah, Jeff Palmer. That's what kind of reminded me of in that picture. So I'd say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Sam Asghari had to say and those sexy ass photos? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I think you told me that story. I love how he's addressed as Britney Spears' ex. I mean, who else is he? He is Britney Spears' ex-husband. They're an attractive family. Chris, you always at an event. You a security guard at events. Wait, what event did I say I was talking about? You said, remember when Levi Johnson posed for Blake? Yes, that's what I said. When I was talking about a friend of mine, Dan Dardicio, he negotiated that whole cover, because he was in charge of like the whole thing back in the day. I could bench press more than him. I mean, yeah, he looks smaller in frame or whatever, but you never know. Like, some of those guys are like, they got a lot of energy and strength or whatever. Maybe you could bench press more. The Playgirl pics are giving me when guys are first coming out and looked at their first pictures of men. Baby homosexuals. Pictures reminded me of, it was giving me that too. I don't know why I was thinking of Jeff Palmer. I was taking it way back, but yeah, it was giving Diego Sands. Remember when Diego Sands did wasn't he Tarzan? And what was it, a Men.com movie? So yeah, he's giving me that. All right, y'all. And what topics we got? Oh, I was supposed to have did my final four, but I went and did the Britney video. So, all right, we got 3 more topics left until we wrap up this show. So before we get to our final 3 topics, if you have not already, please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'll even try my best. There's no guarantees. I'm going to try not to be cussing too many damn people out tonight. I feel like that was enough. I'm going to try to, not do too much. I'm going to bring it back and not let people get to me, but that was annoying. Oh, wait. You said Playgirl needs to stop wasting folks' time if he's not. That's what I'm saying. Like, Playgirl was the opposite of Playboy. Playboy, you got nudity and stuff. Even Drew Barrymore posed nude back in the day. I remember because I seen that magazine. I think a friend of mine had it. So if you got regular celebrities that had no problem getting up in there and showing boobs and all kinds of other stuff, man, y'all gotta show pole. Y'all can't be doing Playgirl and giving GQ type spreads. A chocolate top. Diego's not black. He's Brazilian. Remember when Father MC did Playgirl? Oh my God, I totally forgot about that. But anyway, so now let's get back into the show, y'all. And looks like Kristen Chenoweth, damn, girl can't catch a break. Because we already talked a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week, that Queen of Versailles is going to be closing at the top of the year. Well, it looks like they done changed the date yet again because, and it's sad because Kristen can't seem to catch a break. It's closing sooner than expected. It's actually closing next week. So let's get into the story. So Broadway's The Queen of Versailles has moved up its final performance to December 21st at the St. James Theater. Last month, the musical announced it would take its last bow on the first Sunday after the Christmas New Year holiday, January 4th, 2026. The closing notice, particularly that now that it has been hastened, is a stunningly abrupt end for the latest Broadway outing with from Wicked luminaries Stephen Schwartz, who wrote the musical number songs, and Kristen Chenoweth, who's starring and co-producing. The Queen of Versailles began previews October 8th and opened November 9th. Despite a mixed critical reception, the show had been performing well at the box office, making over $1 million a week post-opening. It has been reported that the show had poor advance sales, which precipitated the early closure. According to a statement from the producers obtained by Deadline, they said, unfortunately, the harsh economic realities of new Broadway musicals in post-COVID landscape have caught up with us. The industry as a whole is no longer seeing the audience behaviors we relied on to shape our strategies for decades. This has led us to the painful decision to move our closing earlier to Sunday, December 21st. Also, you should probably think that maybe her kind of pandering and somehow she felt my heart was hurting for the racist Charlie Kirk may have had something to do with that. Some people believe that. Also, the tone deafness of this, what this Broadway musical is about, may have played into it. Also, let's bring up the fact that, yeah, you can find ways if you go to the TKTS booth in Times Square. I forget there's another one where the other one is located, but I know the one in the center of Times Square where I've gone there with a friend of mine. We could find really good discount tickets when you go up to the ticket box office. Ticket prices for Broadway shows are vehemently expensive. So if y'all stop charging people so much money for a Broadway ticket, maybe you can get more butts and seats. Also, hearing a show about Queen of Versailles, nothing interesting of a show for me to want to check out. So for those people who are not aware of what it's about, Chenoweth is playing the titular role of Jackie Siegel opposite Academy Award winner Ed Murphy Abraham, who was in one of my all-time favorite movies, Amadeus, as David Siegel. The musical adapted from Lauren Greenfield's 2012 documentary by book writer Lindsay Ferrantino, who did The Fear of 13, follows the couple's endeavor to build the largest private home in the country of Orlando, Florida, only for the 2008 recession to dampen their dreams and lavish lifestyle. Why does this sound like life imitating art, imitating life? And to me, also, with the economy being what it is and people not being able to feed their families, healthcare prices going up, grocery prices going up, gas prices going, everything going up but a living wage. Who the hell wants to go to see a Broadway musical about a couple building the largest private home in their country of Orlando, Florida? It just sounds so tone deaf. It feels like this was the wrong time for this to come out. And it's showing in the box office. Now, both Chenoweth and Abraham are reprising their performances from the musical's pre-Broadway tryout last year, along with Melody Buttigieg. I think it's Here Lies Love, which I love that Broadway show. That was a great show. I've seen that. I think I saw it twice. And Sophia, Stephen DeRosa, Boop the musical, as John. My mother's a huge Betty Boop fan. She told me she saw Boop the musical and liked it. And a bunch of other people. We don't need to go through the names of who was in it. Now, the company also includes a bunch of other people. So, yeah, there's that. So I definitely feel like that was what may have hurt it. They also talk about, like, the choreography and all the other stuff. So shout out to Playgirl for this story. But, yeah, I just feel like that's definitely what the issue is the fact that the overall theme and the tone of this show is just, it's not the right time, especially in the current climate that we're in this crazy ass administration. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? And like the even more worse news that I have to bring to y'all about Queen of Versailles is closing next week because of, they're saying it's the economy. But based off of what the play is about, and then allegedly maybe the stuff with her and Charlie Kirk, the gays are still mad at her. So the play's closing. And so we'll see if, I don't know if I would necessarily want to jump on and say it got to do with the Charlie Kirk thing. I'm sure that there's so many different factors. But if Kristen comes back with another show and it closes within a month like that, like this one, then maybe we need to start looking at that whole situation. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Well, I say it like that on purpose. Homosexuals, that's it's intentional. Way I say, probably because Kristen lost some gay fans because of what she said about. Yeah, that could be a possibility. Kristen has finally been outed as the bigot she has always been, and I'm so here for it, child. But also, I remember when she told some of the gay workers not to add gay around Laura Bush. Do I believe in God? And and I'm gonna say it like how Tamar said to Iyanla, do you? Remember when she said that to Iyanla? Don't come in my chat with that God shit. And it's none of your business what I believe in. Yeah, it sounds like a weird show. It would make sense that it's closing. It's funny how her name was Lena the dog. Bitch probably looked like one. Probably look like a Bulldog Shar-Pei mix. Okay, so now let's get into our next topic. The ones that drool out the sides like a Saint Bernard. Anyway, let's get back into the show. And let's go and take a blast of back. Because remember, we talked about Queer as Folk earlier. Let's talk about Noah's Ark. So Doug Spearman, who I absolutely love, because I remember back in the day when I forget what it was. It might have been on, I don't think it was MySpace. I think it was like Facebook or whatever, the back when Facebook was popping. I mean, I still use Facebook, but because I can get more out, I'm very much active with Facebook and stuff, even though some people look at it as like a dinosaur, but it's still a fun thing to navigate. A lot of people I know follow me on there and vice versa. But anyway, so yeah, I used to talk back in the day with in like maybe 20 some odd years ago when Noah's Ark was at its height. I would have conversations, DM conversations with Doug Spearman. He's a cool person. So he recently did an interview with Gay Magazine. And he basically opened up about how he didn't receive any acting jobs or auditions for 7 years after filming this series and the movie, despite its success. And so I do have the clip. Courtesy, I was like, should we use the Gay Magazine reference? Or should we use the YouTube? Well, hold on. Let me pull up the Gay Magazine story for y'all. Actually, no, let's use the YouTube video because I feel like it sets up the whole thing from the interview. Let's play this clip and then we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
I did want to touch on something that you did say about sort of the recognition, right? And how you all got to where you are today after, sort of years and sort of, folks not really believing in you in the beginning. I know Patrick, we had a chance to interview him, and he's talked about not getting as many opportunities as other directors or really the recognition for this work. And with you being a part of that, how do you feel about this in terms of, Patrick's creative genius and just sort of recognition within the industry?
You mean from my perspective about Patrick's career, or my perspective on my career?
Your perspective on what Patrick said about not getting as many opportunities as other directors or the recognition for Noah's Ark, right? Like, and with you being a part of that series, how do you feel about
I think it's true.
Those comments?
I think it's true. I think, when we first, even before the first episode, back then, like being openly gay was still considered a career killer. And before the show, I mean, I had been out. I saw a friend of mine get outed on the cover of the National Enquirer, and I said, I'm never ever going to let that happen to me. So I've always had an open gay life. I mean, I lived in LA, for 12 years before the show came out. And so I wasn't, but there was a discussion when we first started, even before the first episode, about like sort of masking or not talking about being gay. And because I think there were some, they wanted to, I mean, they couched it in putting it in the idea of that we should create some kind of mystery about who is and who isn't in the cast. And I'm like, look, all you got to do is Google me and you know who I am,
Right.
But also because it's television and people tend to get typecast in television more than they do when they have careers in film on either side as a writer, director, or as an actor. And I think when the show first started, I had an agent walk up to me at a cocktail party and said, stop doing gay stuff. I mean, you shake your head now, but like literally, you have to understand, Patrick had a lot of great opportunities and he's capitalized on them where he could, like anybody else. But do I think being Black and talking about, LGBTQ stories had an effect? Absolutely. I know in my own case, I don't think I got a job for like 6-7 years after Noah's Ark went off the air because I was in the show. One of the reasons I took control of my own career and started writing and directing stuff is because I wasn't getting auditions. 7 years, because my manager and I talked about that. I didn't get a job for 7 years.
Okay, so we basically can stop it there. And if you want to see the rest of it, you can go over to I think you can go over pretty much the Gay Magazine's YouTube page, or you can go over to their Instagram. Definitely follow them, GAYE Magazine. Definitely follow them. I follow them and a lot of the content and stuff that they have over there. But what he said is absolutely correct. It's like, especially when it comes to Black queer people, like that's a double-edged sword. Where because you're Black and you're queer, they definitely not going to give you opportunities. But we heard this conversation from the cast of Queer as Folk back then when it was very taboo. Like a lot of the people who went and auditioned to be a part of that show, or they were trying to get people to audition for the show, people were afraid because casting, agents and managers and stuff were so afraid to send their talent out because that fear of, you play gay, your career is over, you're going to be pigeonholed. That was the attitude of like how it was in the 90s and the 2000s. And I think even like we've even heard conversations where people are still having, this conversation to this day where they say that, there are a lot of actors who are afraid to come out because of if they come out, their career is going to be over. It's the same thing recently with this Heated Rivalry show. The minute that show came out and everybody was just talking about the sex because we're such a repressed society in America, whereas Europeans, sex is just whatever to them. It's a natural thing. It's the, you know, we're more accepting of violence than sex, which is so ass backwards to me. Sex is all about communication and interaction and love and all of this stuff. But it's like we rather spread hate because it's easy to do that than feel emotion and love and do all the other stuff. That's the most simplest of feeling. But anyway, not to go on a tangent, let's bring it back. But with the two actors on that show, and then the guy that works on the show had to step in and be like, no, they don't have to come out and tell y'all this is none of your business and all this other stuff. Just enjoy the show for what it is. Let the actors do what they do and stop getting so caught up in who they sleeping with and thinking that that's so important. And people out here with this attitude of thinking that in order to tell a queer story that you need to be queer in order to tell it. And it's like, no, that's not true. Because if I was in a position of I'm playing a queer character, but I also want to play a straight role, because quiet as it's kept, a lot of gays be out here straight acting, putting on straight acts in order to blend into regular society. It ain't even necessarily you got to be on camera to do that. People do it in their everyday lives that are working in high corporate jobs or whatever type of job that you have, that they're not out of the closet unless you're in the arts. Nobody cares. But you know, in the circle. But when you out in the public trying to get middle America to like your stuff, like we don't have gays living in middle America or closet cases who are married with whole families and shit. But on the low, be out here hunching somebody of the same gender or be up on Grindr and all that. Man, we know all the secrets. So, yeah, I can totally understand that. And yeah, like I was saying, like with heated rivalry, and of course, like I said back in the day with queer as folk, it's like a lot of them had to go. They were either, some of them were keeping their relationships under wraps and not even being out about being gay, or some people were like, IDGAF, and I'm just going to be out and live my life as it is. And yeah, and it's like when you take that risk, you have to worry about the possibility of not getting calls, not getting to go on auditions, not wanting to even get an opportunity because you're being discriminated against. And it's crazy to me how Hollywood is supposed to be so liberal and so open and so welcoming and all about diversity. And you hear the stories so many times. Why do you think we have to have things put in place in order to showcase and push for diversity? You hear it all the time at these award shows, Oscars So White and so many other things. It's because we have to push for the diversity, not just if you're a person of color, but also if you are a part of the LGBTQ plus community. Because the regular industry, the mainstream industry, doesn't want to give you those opportunities. We have to constantly fight for those opportunities. So I totally understand what Doug is talking about and why you have to unfortunately resort to, I got to jump into the other side of the industry, which means I got to jump behind the scenes. I got to start writing. I got to start directing so that way I can get those gigs, because technically I'm not on camera, but I have to do other things within the industry in order to get a check, because these people are not giving me parts. Or then, and when I'm doing that stuff, I can write a part for me and make my career happen in that way. So there's always a constant fight, and people don't realize like how hard it is, especially for queer people of color, to survive and thrive in this industry. So it's crazy to me still, like the things that these actors have gone through. Even Daryl Stevens has talked many times about the struggles that he's gone through in his career post Noah's Ark and all the craziness that goes on in the business. So shout out to Doug for speaking out on this. I'm gonna read this, but I gave my thoughts on it. Some people in the comments, one person said, I wish we had a black LGBT network and to tell our stories and it'll give people jobs. Well, once upon a time, my friend DJ Baker, I remember years, it was a while ago, I think in the 2000s, they were talking about creating a network. Bibi Zahara Benet was on board as a partner, a bunch of other people, called Embrace. And I don't remember what happened. I don't remember any of my business. Well, I know what happened. I'm just not going to get into the whole details because it's not my place to tell it. But things fell through. It didn't work out. And Maurice Jamal, I believe, was supposed to be a part of it. May he rest in peace. It was a bunch of people that were supposed to be a part of the whole situation regarding Embrace. Didn't work out. That was where and I think even I was even considering like trying to come on as talent back in the day, because it's going to be a black queer network or a queer network with featuring us telling our stories, people of color, that sort of thing. It just didn't work out. But I do agree that we definitely need a network that highlights queer people of QPOC entertainment. We'll just call it that. Queer people of color entertainment. I want the whole cast to know how life-changing their presence was for young Black queer youth in the early 2000s. Lives were saved, absolutely, mine included, because when Noah's Ark came along, I was like, yes, I love queer as folk. I love the L word. I liked all the representations that we were getting at that time in the 2000s. But one of the shows that definitely I felt like, yes, these people are speaking to me and I totally get this world was Noah's Ark. Seeing the Butch Queens, seeing the drag queens, seeing the voguing down girls, like just seeing all that culture. I mean, yeah, it was in LA and all this other stuff, and I was loving it. And of course, yeah, you know, when we got, even though I had my issues with Pose, I was seeing a lot of what I grew up seeing on the Piers in that show. Another person said Doug is definitely one of my heroes. Another person said they deserve better. It was an outstanding show. Another person, they could have definitely renewed Noah's Ark for another season or 7. Well, it was Logo, child. Logo's a mess. Another person adding on to Doug's struggles with finding work, Noah's Ark wasn't renewed because it tried to make Patrick integrate white actors into the show, and Patrick wouldn't, and he shouldn't have, because I don't recall Queer as Folk integrating Black actors into their show, but got 5 seasons. Oh yeah, that was one of the main complaints that a lot of people had about Queer as Folk, the fact of the lack of diversity that was on that show. And I realized in the reboot of Queer as Folk, they tried to right that wrong a little bit. And my issue with that show was, not only was the writing bad and those characters y'all created were insufferable, but the fact of the matter was, y'all were trying, it felt like y'all were doing like what they was doing with Sex and the City. A lot of people like to get lazy and say, oh, it's getting woke. No, y'all were overcompensating for the fact that the lack of diversity from the original turnout of the show. So with Sex and the City, I don't know how you do a show based in Manhattan and don't diversify your damn cast to begin with, because Manhattan is not all white. I grew up in New York, so I know diversity when I see it. Diversity was always what we saw. So for the show not to represent that, I called BS on that from the beginning. And when you look at a show like Queer as Folk, it was like, yeah, y'all was supposed to take place in Pittsburgh, which, quiet as it's kept, it would have been more believable if y'all would have said Philly. Because if y'all wasn't having to take place in a part of Pennsylvania, y'all should have had to take place in Philly, because Philly has a more diverse situation. There's a lot of really cool clubs out there in Philly versus y'all doing some damn Pittsburgh. Don't nobody hang out no damn Pittsburgh. So that was my only issue with Queer as Folk. That and the fact of the lack of diversity. Or the only time that you did see somebody Black was a Black man was leaving Brian's loft after they fucked. That was the only time we saw it, and he barely had any lines. So that was the only time that we saw that. So yeah, that was one of my whole situation. The fact that, yeah, why is it that white people don't have to diversify their cast when it comes to stuff? But then when we get a show for us, we always got to add a white person because y'all want that other demographic to come over and watch our stuff. Oh no, they'll come over and watch. Trust and believe, they're watching what we do all the time. But for them, and they don't need to be incorporated in the show for them to be secretly watching what we doing. So we didn't need to have white representation or to get that audience. They was going to come regardless. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Doug Spearman had to say about him struggling in, Hollywood to try to find work and all that other stuff after, what had happened post Noah's Ark? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. But just saw that being Doug got the same birthday. Oh, what day is that? And you said, I know it's intentional, but but it's still funny. He said, let's get you a beard, they said. Okay. I said, I wasn't doing that. Justice for Embrace. Exactly. We definitely need that. I was like, yeah, that was some tea y'all probably didn't even know about. Back in the early 2000s, there was, so that's why I'm so glad I grew up in the time I grew up in, because of what, if I didn't have all this knowledge, it'd be some pretty boring, random ass show that I'd be doing. Back in the early 2000s, there was 2 separate Black cable networks going in at the same time, but there was some stuff behind the scenes and it just exploded. Are we talking about the same show? It's sad there's still a double standard towards Black performers playing gay roles. Meanwhile, Gail Harrell, who played Brian Kenny on Queer as Folk, is still exactly, absolutely. So it's like white people don't never, they don't have to deal with the same, so I forget what it was that they were talking about. White people always get the opportunity to fuck up and get to start over, not people of color. And that's why I made the comment about earlier regarding Disney and the way they treated Ironheart, and now this new, what is it, Wonder Man? How y'all barely promoting the Black shows, and what y'all will do is, see, we gave y'all a show, we tried, but it didn't work, so there's no audience. I'm like, but you did the bare minimum. You didn't promote it. You ain't put the same type of promotion you put behind all your other shows. But we just supposed to accept the little crumbs you give us. Noah's Ark should have been on Showtime, like Chris. Absolutely. And that's why I never understood, like, why the hell is Noah's Ark on logo? That never made sense to me. Noah's Ark should have been like one of those unapologetic shows where they cussing, there's sex, nudity, and not for just for the sake of having it, but it's grown people doing grown people stuff. And we getting to have those conversations, and then not being no 20-minute, when you cut out the commercials, no 20-minute show. It should have been an hour. 2000 homosexual content will always fascinate me. Noah's Ark, The L Word, Queer as Folk, a lot of peak logo TV, and first season of RuPaul's Drag Race. Growing up, I had Pose and Heartstop. So didn't they film Queer as Folk? Yes, they did, but the location of where they resided was Pittsburgh. But yes, they shot the show in Toronto, I believe. Annika Sparrow regrets going. Well, first of all, anybody with a brain should regret going on Bill Maher's stupid show. That's like y'all going and getting interviewed by Stephen A. Smith. Two people that's loud, wrong, and just goes where the wind blows and don't know what the hell they talk about half the damn time. Let's just say she was unprepared for him. He made her look like a fool. I know Kyle Kalinske just did a thing on that interview. I got to get around to watching that. So I'll probably do that probably tomorrow. I'm all politicked out. I'm not going to get into politic watching and stuff tonight once I'm done with the show. So I'll probably catch up on all the political stuff tomorrow because, politics, that shit drains me mentally. Sent you a few messages. Check them when you have the time tonight. I'll do my, I'll try to check my, I have a habit of not, people like my father texted me this morning. Did you get my text? It's like, no. I don't be checking my messages. Like, once I got home for the Drag Race thing, I plugged in my phone, I left it on the thing, and I watched Dragula, Titans, the finale. I was like, I don't want to be bothered. I didn't check my messages. I didn't check nothing. It says that I just hope that eventually the future gets better and we learn from past mistakes. I hope so. That sounds like something so cliche, but I really do hope the future has more promise. And it felt like we was on the right direction. Like, I felt like, or was it like the illusion? Was it all a lie? Because I felt like, America's shifting shifting in like a better place because we got Obama for president. Or was that just a way for y'all to get our guard down for the white supremacists to come in with their foolishness and the oligarchs with their foolishness? Because I definitely felt like America, we would get better, that it was showing like, you know what, maybe America's not as racist as it started out being 400 plus years ago. Then we get the fat orange fuck in the White House with Alzheimer's. It's almost like Hollywood is afraid of showing black gay men. Don't even get me started on that foolishness. Now, I have no problems with interracial relationships. Quiet as it's kept, I'm a product of an interracial relationship. However, we definitely need to show some black love. We need to show some black on black love. I need to see dark skin on dark skin. I want beige, fluorescent beige. Well, we definitely get enough beige and fluorescent beige on our screens. I mean, my beigeness would keep me employed. Oh, I think I'm lighter than beige. But I'm khaki colored. Like that was stupid situations. But or isms. But it's like, yeah, we need to show like black love is possible too. And not people always thinking that in order for black people to succeed, in order for black people to find love or whatever, that the only way you're going to get it is from white people. Or from, or light skin. Well, I don't want to put light skin people in it. light-skinned people get it from both sides. You're not white enough, you're not black enough, you're not, from certain demographics. But we'll talk about, but then overall, I think that argument stems from the fact that there are some black people who don't feel like they're welcome within their own community, which is probably why they date outside their race. Like I know somebody, my friend Steven, who always talks about how he's a dark-skinned black gay man, over 6 feet tall, very much in his ways about monogamy, like one person for him. And has always pushed forth about wanting to find someone who's just as dark as he is to find love with that person. But people want open relationships, or they want to, especially in LA, it's really hard, or they feel like they need to cut themselves to someone who is of a lighter hue in order to be seen and or have a relationship. So there's people that don't even want to date their own. It's just it's a downward spiral of a lot of self-hatred, a lot of stuff that I guess it's going to take us a while to unpack, and I don't want to spend this whole show doing that. So, well, we might have to do it again when I get to this Todrick story. So, Logo TV was a DirecTV exclusive. That was when it was more queer heavy. It lost all the queer content when it went to mainstream cable. Yeah, and then they started putting old reruns of Mama's Family and all that crap on there. So I was pissed off about that. And then I just stopped watching the channel. Whatever happened to HBO Max, Green Lightning, Elin Harris? Whatever happened? Because I was like, how long have they been talking about creating Elin Harris's books and making them a movie? We've been hearing for years they've been doing. Tracy Emin's been a part of that shit since like 2005, I feel like. So what's going on with that? They don't want it because it will create a positive image of Black and they see it as a threat. Well, yeah, ain't that the truth? All right, y'all. So since we was talking all that stuff about interracial and things, let's get into this story. Let's talk about Todrick. So Todrick Hall is in the news where he went on social media because we just did one story regarding Gay Magazine. Well, Gay Magazine posted this story. So Todrick Hall is out here revealing that he is newly single. I think he's still, is he still doing burlesque on Broadway? So Todrick is back in the news, and he revealed that he's single. The multi-talented singer, dancer, actor, and producer took to Instagram to share a list of requirements for his next boo thing. Hall's most recent boyfriend is believed to have been choreographer and dancer Liam Rudehouse, or Rudehouse. I guess that's how y'all say it over in where's he from? Isn't he like Australian or something? I don't remember Liam, because at one point, Todrick had this YouTube channel thing that he was doing where he was like doing docuseries or whatever. And Liam was all up in that damn video. And no shade, but I actually thought it wasn't a real relationship. But they say they were together. So I'm not going to judge it anymore. So at first I was like, okay, girl, y'all pulling stunts trying to pretend y'all dating. But he said they date. So Todrick also announced a relationship with a hard launch on Instagram in August of 2023. So here we are in 2025. So they've been going together for seemed like 2 years based off of the numbers or the math. The two were working together up until recently, with Rudehouse involved with Hall's musical projects, Burlesque and Midnight. Well, I don't know how I feel about being in a relationship with someone that's also in charge of the creative aspect of what I'm doing. I need to separate that. But if y'all work together and you find ways of that y'all work creatively and, work-wise and intimately, then who am I to judge? But I think for me, I don't want my significant other in any of my business affairs. However, it seems their romantic relationship is over and they're now just good friends. Or should we say good Judies? Now, according to a reply Hall posted to a viewer's comment on Instagram, the relationship ended months ago. On an Instagram post over the weekend, he shared a handwritten list of what he wants from a new boo or a new boyfriend. He said in the caption, "This is an exercise because I think it's important for us to manifest what we want. No beef with my ex, love him to pieces, but ready to start a new chapter. Don't be afraid to say what you want and don't settle for anything less than what you need." Well, I just feel like, remember, what was that called? The List or something or another? Well, that bullshit that Oprah was out there selling, The Secret, that mess. that if you say it out loud and you get, and I do believe in manifesting things, because there's been times where I manifest stuff or I bring something up or I say something and it does come true. So I do believe that when you put energy out there of what you want out in the world, it will collectively come to you eventually. So I truly believe that. But he came up with this list. And why when I saw this list, I was out here thinking of, what's that broad Chili from TLC? Remember when she came out that long list when she did that tight ass reality show where she was looking for a man? And I was like, bitch, that's why your ass single. But she got Joey Lawrence brother that she out here messing with, Matthew. So yeah, here's the list of what he said. This is the first page. This is 2 pages. So we're going to get to we'll just go through the list. So he put funny, needs a sense of humor. Okay, well, yeah, I like that. But I like being a funny one. I like cracking all the jokes and you laughing at my stupid stuff. But I want to be able to laugh too. So yeah, if you got a sense of humor, I'm for that. Spontaneous. Well, I don't know. I'm a Virgo. We don't like spontaneous. We like, okay, we gotta go through the whole situation. Why we being spontaneous? Why do you want to do this? Why we gotta do it? Like it's a whole situation that I gotta go through in order for my mind to convince me to do something. I'm not really spontaneous in that way. I'm spontaneous when it comes to work, but relationship stuff is like, we gotta kind of rehearse and work this situation out. So it can be difficult for us Virgos to do spontaneity. Then he says someone who can articulate how they feel and how I could be a better partner for them. You want to know something? I like he said that. Only because a lot of people always go, I want a man who could be a better person for me and all this other stuff, or fulfill my needs, turn around. I was like, I don't know why that song just popped in my head. But I do agree with that. Like, I like the fact that he said that, because to me, it feels like it comes from a selfless place. He said, how I could be a better partner for you, not how you, and I'm sure the vice versa is there. But he's coming at it like, I want to be a better partner for you. So you get points for that, Todrick. Another person is someone loyal that I can trust to tell me even when they F up or when I have. I like that too. Talented or driven at what they do, must be passionate about something. Yeah, you got to be passionate about something if you with me. Like, you can't just be somebody that just sits on your ass and watch TV all day and got no kind of goals and no kind of motivation. Anybody got time for that? I'm not taking care of nobody. You are not just going to sit around and be some old lazy queen that I'm just drilling, your hole whenever I get in the mood. You got to be able to stand for something. You got to be passionate. You got to have some kind of reason you want to live on Earth or breathe the air that you're breathing. Align morally and ethically. Okay, I'm liking the list so far. Someone who pushes me to try new things and be a better version of myself. That sounds like it goes back to being spontaneous. It's like, but then again, you want to know something? I understand in relationships, it's about, look at me growing and maturing. I understand in relationships, it's about compromise. So there's going to be times where I don't want to watch that show and my partner wants to watch something. I'm like, oh, now I'll sit through this crap and watch the show with you. I mean, I'll say that in my head. I don't want to say it out loud. I'll try to put the filter on a little bit. But, yeah, I'll be willing to try new things. I'll push myself out of my comfort zone if I'm in a relationship. I don't want to be like that lame piece of POS where it's like, you don't want to do nothing fun. Must love musical theater. Okay. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, nobody's that gay. I'm kidding. Well, Todrick likes his musical theater. Todrick is a music theater queen. He likes, he likes the stage. He likes all that other stuff. So I get it. But me, I'm not really into musical theater. I like some musicals. I mean, I don't like musical movies, though. It depends. Why do you think I haven't gone to see Wicked? Even though Sailor Mermaid be trying to get me to go see some damn, I was like, and that's why I always respond, nobody's that gay. But I'm not really big into musicals. I mean, I watch them when I'm going to hang out with friends, whatever the case was. Like, I'll see a play, but I'm not really like a musical theater head, I guess I'll say. Now, also say must be empathetic and try to understand the Black experience if they're not Black. I'm with you on that, and I'm glad he posted that because, Todrick gets accused of, being cucking himself to white people and all this. So we'll get into that in a minute because y'all some shady behinds because y'all did throw in the comments. Well, he didn't put must be white. Some said white, some said YT. And the gag is Todrick responded to some of y'all that said that. So it's funny, and you know he be watching, and I'm sure he probably gonna watch this video too. But and you know me, I say what I say regardless. And so that's always kind of been an accusation. Todrick seems to be someone who goes after white boys, that he's not necessarily into black men, that he purposely seeks those men out. But we had that conversation earlier. When you look at somebody like a Todrick or a Billy Porter or someone who isn't sort of, and this is no shade, masculine presenting, when you don't give that whole stereotype thing, because there's a lot of black boys and men who, because of the church and a lot of the upbringing of being black, they don't feel that they could be out and all this other stuff. So a lot of people are DL doing things in this, you know, doing secret shit. And then you hear a lot of the homophobia that comes from the church. So, I believe in God. I just don't believe in organized religion. That's when that person came in my comments like, "Do you believe in God?" And I said, like, Tamar Braxton, like when she said to Iyanla, "Do you?" That's how I felt in that situation. Like, what you're not going to do is sit up here and question my relationship with a higher power because you want to come in here with some homophobic slit shit because I cuss your ass out like I did to that person earlier, and then I'm going to block you. So we're not going to do that. Not on Beyonce's internet. And Blue Ivy's internet. I got to add her in there too. And Solange. Because, you know, she like beating people up in elevators. But anyway, so I totally get all that stuff, but it's just like I said before, I'm sure there are a lot of young black men who are not masculine presenting, would love to date their own color, would love to date another black man, as they call it, same gender loving. Would love to do it. But when you have a lot of people who have a lot of deep-rooted inside hatred because of the church and a lot of upbringing, oh, we got to keep it on the low. And it's like, I work too damn hard to come out and be myself. I'm not hiding myself for another relationship, not with no black man. And to look at it from this standpoint, a lot of times why black men date outside their race, because white men have been able to go out and live freely and be openly gay, and it's not that hard of an issue. So being in a relationship, in an interracial relationship, they're out, they're proud, they're being themselves, and I don't have to hide who I am when I'm with that white male. But I do like the idea of the list, basically saying, be empathetic and try to understand the black experience if they're not black. And then last but certainly not least, on page 1, self-awareness. Nothing is worse than someone who can't read the room. Oh, I've been saying that for the longest. You know, quiet as it comes. Some people feel like Todrick lacks reading the room. Especially that time when he was on Celebrity Big Brother. But maybe he's changed. Maybe he's matured in, you know, since those years. What was that, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago? You know, people, we love people who evolve in, you know, in their human experience. So I'll give him that. But and then he also said, demonstrating that they're still good friends, ex-boyfriend Rude House was among those to comment saying, "I'll help sort out the applications for you." So look, they're on good terms. Liam said, look, if you're trying to find you a man, I'll help you find it. I'll go through the application, whoever want to shoot their shot. And if you're a black man out there who willing to step up to the plate and date Todrick, send your application. Metaphoric application. Slide in the DMs. So let's get to page 2. Because there's more that goes with it. So that was like the good stuff. So they said that was just, you know, so then he posted a follow-up list, which included, a big booty is my weakness. Just, boy, get out my head. Because y'all already know over here, y'all already know when it comes to Chris, what's my weakness? Besides men. Here I go. Okay, girls, what's my weakness? Men. Y'all know that line. Shout out to my girl, Salt and Pepper. So, big booties. If you got an ass on you, boy, you better, run the other direction, because I am a ass connoisseur. Ass is my weakness. It definitely is. So, another thing they said, must have unwavering respect and understanding that no one is better than Beyonce. Okay, now you lost me. We're not doing that. Not on, as I just stated 5 seconds ago, Beyonce and Blue Ivy and even Solange's internet. You can't do that whole no one is better than Beyonce. But that's what you're doing? He said, must want children. I'll literally have 4 kids. Well, I hope you got enough coin to get you a surrogate. Because, you know, Snoop Dogg grandson don't know how same-sex couples have babies. So, I believe that was a conversation that he had with Liam on the show. where they was talking about having kids, and there was even a segment where he went down to like the center where they, they have surrogates and other stuff. He also has good penmanship when I was looking at this paper. But anyway, then he also said, I know it's 2025, but must be okay with the idea of. Okay, he's starting to lose me. Y'all already know the M word. Hold on. I need a moment. Let me try to push it out. Monogamy. So yeah, that word. I'm allergic. And monogamy is not necessarily like, first of all, I'm not sitting here hunching the same booty for like 30, 40 years. That was like my parents' era. I can't. First of all, this is why I live in New York, and this is why I'm single. Because it's like, first of all, I like to come and go as I please. And there's so many hors d'oeuvres on the dish. I want to try it all. I just can't, like, and I could be in a relationship with somebody and just love you on so many other layers. When it comes to the sex, I'm gonna try everything on the menu, and it's no shade. And if y'all want to call me a hoe and a slut, whatever the case is, oh well, it is what it is. I wear that crown proudly. Like Eva Destruction is wearing her crown proudly over there on Drag Race Titans, or Dragula Titans, sorry, season 2. Then it said, this is big. Relationships are hard. I need someone with stamina who is willing to roll up their sleeves and get their hands dirty when times get rough. Well, we talking about sex, or we talking about just a lot of stuff? Like when, or we talking about like when it comes to a relationship, when things get a little cray-cray, you don't start running in the other direction. Like, oh, I can't do this. It's too hard. It's like, face it head on, work through it, and don't go to sleep angry. Because this is one thing I've learned, like from my parents, whatever. You don't do the silent treatment. Don't go to bed angry. Don't all that stuff. Work your stuff out in that moment. And then he says a connection to Wizard of Oz and Disney is a massive plus. Like I said, nobody's that gay, but apparently we found somebody who is. Another thing he says, someone who isn't a coattail rider. I don't want a gold digger. Okay, Kanye. He don't want somebody that basically is with him because he's Todrick Hall. He wants someone to love him for him and also has their own thing going. Hence why, even though you and Liam ended on good terms, don't date people within your job situation. Then he says, I don't do drugs or really drink. Doesn't have to be sober. Excuse me, but it can't be part of your identity. So he said, don't be out here, don't be Andy Dick, basically. Don't be out here ODing on the side of the road and having people video it and send it to TMZ. That's what he's basically saying. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, that's the latest story regarding Andy Dick. Now, followers praised Hall for the list and applauded most of his requirements. They also commented on his beautiful penmanship. That's what I said. He definitely is a good writer. That was one of my pluses when I was in school, is that I loved writing penmanship. Like I love writing cursive. I like writing in print. People always gave me compliments on my handwriting. We don't really write much anymore. I kind of miss it because, we always use computers and things that and the other. But yeah, a good penmanship, that's always something great to have. However, the list provoked a different response when shared by the Instagram account of Gay Magazine, which is editorially centered on Black queer life. Some of the commenters remarked on the fact that several of Hall's exes have been white. They suggested the multi-hyphenate forgot to include that in his list of requirements. Didn't I tell y'all? Hall himself responded, because if you're going to make a story about it, and I don't know if they tagged him in the Gay Mag, let me see if they did, because I do have it open. No, they didn't tag him, but I'm sure, Todrick knows there's somebody out here talking about him. He responded, thanking the account for sharing his list and dismissing the claim he's only interested in non-Black men. He said, I love that you reposted this. Thanks for the advertisement. Send the boys, I love that you reposted this. Laugh emoji. Thanks for the advertisement. Heart emoji. Send the boys my way. Contrary to popular belief, they don't need to be white. In fact, I prefer they weren't. In fact, he responded to numerous comments to refute the belief that he only dates white guys, because there was a lot of people that was writing that in the comments. And he wrote to _@_ action_photo. I don't know, I'm being real specific with these things, but I guess it don't matter. He said, I never said I don't like white boys. I love them, but that doesn't mean I'm not an equal opportunist. Some of the black men I've dated are not as open and don't want their families seeing them posted up with a public figure. Didn't I say that? I said a lot of times when you're dealing with black people, they want to live the life in secret, but don't want to live the life in public. And I'm not saying that you got to be out here with your legs spreading your ass ate on Twitter, because that's the only place that allows that. What I'm saying is that if I'm dating somebody, I want to shout it from the rooftops. If I'm in love with a man and he happens to be black, I want to be able to say that I'm in love with this person and this is who my partner is, and I'm proud to be standing next to you as my significant other. I don't want to have to be having to dip it low, bring it up slow, popping around, or whatever the hell Christina Milian done said in that song. I don't want to be able to have to dip it low and keep it secret and all that other stuff. I don't want to be that escape song. You're my little secret. That's how we should keep it. I want to be able to shout it from the rooftop. And if that's not what you're willing to give, then if that white man is going to be able to not be afraid to be out here in this relationship with me, then so be it. But if you sit up here and you got your racial blind spot, then yes, I'm going to call your ass out. And I think that's the overall argument that people always have. I take people at face value. I don't always try to sit up in here and just, oh, well, even though you said what you said, I don't believe you. And I created this narrative around you based off of your past reputation and whatever the stuff is. I judge people on how they approach me in this situation as it is. He said, okay, so then I was like looking for where the rest. He said, that's their story to tell, not mine. The white boys I've dated don't seem to care, but I just don't like people telling me who I date when they don't know and it's not the truth. I am truly single, and if a black man isn't sliding in my DMs because they think I only date white boys, that's limiting my chances of finding the right future guy for me. So I just want it to be said. I love black men, so if you're cute, hit me up. And that's the thing too. It's like, look, he's putting it out there. He says that he will date a black man. Y'all have to shoot your own shot. But I guess, yeah, people go by what it is that they see. If all they've seen you with is white boys, then black men feel like I'm not good enough to shoot my shot towards this guy. So why even try? That is a mentality that people deal with. And like I said, a lot of times when you date white boys, because it's like, oh yeah, I'm out and proud. I don't have to deal with the struggles that a gay black man has to deal with. White gay men have their own issues they got to deal with being openly gay, but at the end of the day, they can always resort to white. That's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. But for the most part, white people only have the gayness going against them. They can always be white and maneuver in rooms and all this other stuff. You got the black and you got the gay. Those are two strikes. Being male, we always going to be good on the male part. But black and gay, those are two strikes. So black men still have their crosses to bear in dealing with in that situation. But yeah, white guys aren't going to care. This is why you see a lot of white and black men date interracially. I mean, if you about the assimilation of whiteness, that's a whole nother that's something you got to deal with and answer to the man upstairs. So, and then some commentators also remarked on Hall seeking a man with a big booty. This also prompted another reply from Hall, appearing to indicate he's more of a top in the bedroom, because a lot of people out here thinking that he verse. But they said, I was today years old when I found out Todrick is a verse top. And he said, who said anything about verse? Verse first, verse first. Walk into a room, verse first. So he's like, I'm not verse. Yeah, I was like, here's the post. Wait, that's not the post. This is the post. I was today years old when I found out Todrick is a top. And he said, who said anything about being verse? He said, oh, put me in my place. So it's like, you never know what somebody's into. It's like, yeah, I don't know why people think just because you dress in drag and do the hula, that means that you're a bottom. I know a lot of drag queens, and I'm not saying that Todrick is necessarily a drag queen, but Todrick does drag in a lot of his performances. And just because he dresses up in drag, oh wait, that's not even what I want to do. I gotta close that. Just because he dresses in drag and stuff in a lot of his shows doesn't necessarily mean that makes him a bottom. there's a lot of tops that are drag queens. So shout out to you, Todrick. You out here doing your thing. He's giving y'all a list of requirements of what it is that he looks for in a man. And so, yeah, if you happen to be of the libidical spectrum or more the G in the LGBTQIA plus, and you happen to be white or black or anything in between, definitely hit Todrick up because he says y'all can shoot your shot. And his ex Liam said he'll be willing to sift through the applications to see who he's compatible with. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I know it was a lot, but I was like, yeah, and when it's coming about love relationships or whatever, let's break it on down. Let's see what we might be interested in. What actually a part of the list do you agree with? And so I know there was one person that was in my comments like, why y'all here clowning Todrick and saying all the all the things, whatever the case is. I know Lanier said that he, when I posted this story the first time, he said that I agree with most of the first list. This is the second list where I started to say stereotypical piece of shit. But there was one person I believe that was in the comments that was like, why is everybody clowning Todrick and over this thing? I actually kind of agree with everything that he posted in regards of the relationship. I mean, I had a bit of an issue with the second page. The first page was cute or whatever. I mean, I was agreeing with a lot of that. But I think maybe it's because of Todrick and the reputation that Todrick has had in the past is why people are struggling to take this list seriously. So I definitely want to hear from y'all in regards of what is you agree and don't agree with regarding this list. Let me know your overall thoughts on this list in the comments down below. Hold on. He said requirement number one. Not you putting it in the comment. If someone is hoping for him to be a sugar daddy, they'll be sorely disappointed because he doesn't. I never understood why RuPaul called him incredible. Like, what's incredible about? I mean, he's a good performer. And here's the thing: my friend Jovan Avion, shout out to him. I saw his sister yesterday, Kevin Aviance. From the house Avion. One of the things a friend of mine said to him about Todrick, he was like, say what you want about Todrick, but he saw Todrick in concert one time, and Todrick performing literally was like, he said it was on a level of like Beyonce. And I know something, Beyonce. Like, y'all act like Beyonce's the only one that out here that knows how to give a good stage show. There's so many people out here who really turn it on a stage. But he said, like, when he saw his live show, and I think it was in Spain or whatever, he said it was incredible that Todrick definitely, even though he's an independent artist, he gives like those large mainstream performer level type shows, like something really extravagant, the costumes, the choreography, all that other stuff. And so I'm not necessarily going to say like Todrick don't give a good show because he definitely turns it on a stage. But I think a lot of the stuff in the past, people are dogging him about it. Tommy Italiano and all the things he said. And plus, from watching RuPaul's Drag Race, a lot of the segments that he's done with the choreography and all the stuff that he's done with the queens, there was some fierce choreography up there. So Todrick turns it. I'll give him his props. Starts with T and ends with a P. Heifer. Still love you, though. Fine, we'll watch action films. Oh, because I said about Wicked. What I give props to most is that he wrote it down. I really do believe when you write down the goals or the things that you want in life, actually writing them down really manifests itself. I'm going to start doing that. Like, I'm going to start, especially for 2026. I don't like doing New Year's resolutions, but I definitely want more for myself. Especially, I want this channel to get bigger than what it already is. Like, the channel is growing. It's getting relatively successful. You see now, you haven't made it until you got trolls coming up in your damn comments, and I'm sitting there cussing their ass out. I'm like, so this is what Funky.Neva and T.S. Madison, who y'all know I saw yesterday, the latter. This is what they be going through when they be having to cuss out the people that be in their comments with the mess. Now I've fully arrived. I can't get into musical theater either. Maybe I just haven't fallen down the rabbit hole enough. But all the musicals are like a popular adaptations of books and films. And those seem to be doing well on those seem to be doing relatively well on like on Broadway. Child, I've been doing the bending. I've been like I thought I could have sworn I told y'all that what my position is in the bedroom. Compromise is key in a relationship. He may want to watch football when I want to watch some girly 2000 sitcom. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like those too. I like watching those things. So I'll be willing to compromise. Yeah, this is definitely layered. I commend Todrick being honest with himself, writing down what he really wants and need. A lot of us are still wanting a fantasy man instead of a real one. And that's why I said I like the fact that he forewent the fantasy, except that page where, especially what he said about Beyonce. I'm like, okay, girl, you doing the most. But that's his vision. That's his thing. And you can have that. I remember when Todrick was bootlicking Taylor. Well, that was the biggest star friend he had. Not you. Oh, because I was struggling to say that other word. Okay. He wants a good man, Savannah. I'll be saying that line on here. Shout out to Wait and Exhale. Because maybe I'm just born and loyal, but monogamy is so hot to me. Child, I couldn't believe I just said that whole word. You can say, imagine just belonging to someone for the nope. I think all Black gay men are not a monolith, regardless of what type of relationship you want to go and get it. But I think the reality is when one person gets sick. Did you watch the documentary Escaping Twin Flames about people leaving a cult? No, I have not seen that. I didn't even hear about it. You said, I love writing, drawing, and reading on paper. It feels much more effective than doing it on a screen. People tell me I have good penmanship. I've gotten compliments about it since I was in the 4th grade. Penmanship has gone out of style. I myself have never dated another Black man. And it is for the reason child, don't even get me started because it was an ex-friend of mine. I'm going to tell you this, and I don't give a fuck because he's an ex-friend. He tried to come for you. And one time we had a conversation and tried to insinuate that you purposely don't go out and date Black men. I'll tell you what it was Rick Easley, my ex-roommate, basically said that about you. It said most Black gay guys I've come close to dating have issues way more obvious to catch early on than non-Black. Look at me being messy. He said, like, for example, I'm dealing with prostate. Sorry to hear that, by the way, that you're dealing with prostate. You know what? I've been having visions about that. Like, I need to go and start getting, like, today I went and I had to check and make sure my insurance and everything was all good. So that way I can start making my first appointment of going to see a prostate, like getting my prostate checked and stuff. Because as someone in their 40s, it's about that time. Like, I could say, like, yeah, wait till you're 45 to get it, but you see Funky Dineva is what, 42 with prostate cancer stage 1. So you don't need to wait until you're 45 to get it checked. So I'm not even doing all of that. It's like, I need to get that done right away because I do not want to hear, like, the doctor give me the worst news and I got, like, a certain amount of time to live. I'm being real careful with saying that because I don't want to call that kind of energy into my life. But definitely if you're a man of color, especially, and you're over 40, definitely get yourselves checked. He said, at 56 years old and single, it's hard to date, especially when younger guys who hit me up just see me. Oh, yeah, I get the daddy compliment. I mean, the daddy moniker thrown on me. And yeah, it's cute and it's flattering. I play along with it, but it's like, well, damn, you call me old? Well, sometimes I even get offended when I'm at work and people call me sir. And I'm like, damn, y'all saying I'm old or whatever? But I think it's like, it's a respect thing. You say, what you want them to call you, ma'am? What you want them to call you something else? It was like, look, just take it as a compliment and keep it moving. And you said, I write my fiction writing on notebooks by hand and taught myself how to write in cursive. And I have a little diary book or whatever that has like the Chinese symbol on it that I remember. I think I got it from the Goodwill. And I've actually liked the design of how it looks. So I think I'm going to just, because I had written this years ago. I think in 2014, like what I wanted for myself and manifested, and I got most of it done. So maybe like 2 things. And so I think I want to write a new one for 2026. He said, so I definitely want to do that. Got to jump on the phone, but love the episode. Keep up the good gay, queer, LGBTQ plus work. So happy I tuned in today. All right, good. I was glad you was on it because I know usually you do watch the show. And I was surprised when you told me that you actually watch because I never know who really watches unless y'all jump in the comments or you send me stuff. So this was the first time I actually saw like you jumped in and been a part of the show. But keep up your little fitness journey and stuff that I be seeing you doing on social media. But I love the fact that y'all saying good gay queer LGBTQ plus stuff, because I feel like, you know what helps me stand out from all these other queer commentators on social media, I realize a lot of y'all don't do LGBTQ based topics. You see a lot of the queer artists, a lot of the queer pundits who do, and I don't need y'all to do it. Let me be the one that stands in this lane by myself. And I do like the Wendy Williams compliments compliments. Because people say, don't take it the wrong way, but you remind me of like what I said, Wendy Williams is a mentor in my head. I do not take that as a negative. One of the people that I looked up to, I told you, Wendy Williams, Howard Stern, and my friend DJ Baker, who was the first one to start out doing a queer-based morning radio show, which was called The Do Dirty Show. It was him. It had many a different revolving people coming in and out. I remember Cisco Vegas was a part of it, which Cisco and I even tried to do a show once, but we spent more time getting drunk than doing the show, so it was a disaster. But we ended up doing it. We did it for, oh my God, what was that? It was like that Twitch type of channel. Damn, I forgot what it was called. Anyway, so it's kind of like one of those channels where you go and you flip through the different channels and you see people doing content or whatever the case is. Y'all probably remember what it's called. You could throw it in the thing. I never wanted to do Bigo. Bigo was too ratchet for me. But yes, and Cisco Vegas was a part of the show at one time too. So it was like DJ Baker, it was Seduction, the porn star, and go-go dancer, and Splash T, the first lady, trans woman of queer hip hop. And so they had, and this was the Breakfast Club before the Breakfast Club was the Breakfast Club. So having like a first internet-based queer-driven show by Black LGBTQ plus people, and had a post on like out hip hop music and stuff. He was like the pioneer of that. And the fact that he actually used to reference my old, blog stuff, I was like, ooh, look, I'm becoming sort of famous within this whole situation. So yes, I've been doing this for a long time. And I feel like it's starting to pay off. But yeah, to get to the point, I love the fact that I'm the only one that I could think of off the top of my head. Maybe there's some out there and I'm not aware of y'all. But I wasn't seeing people out here who were content creators or pundits or whatever you want to call us. Not only you talking about with celebrity news and gossip with cishet people or the housewives, because the gays, y'all like to jump on and talk about women stuff. And yeah, we can do that, but y'all don't talk about stuff within our community either. And it's like, why are we not talking about our stuff? And if, so I get the gays and the girls that come in. But I think because I do that show, I've noticed that my viewing audience is more male. And I see the numbers over there on the things I don't see. I do see more males watch the show than women. They said that part is very true. Many Black men don't like to be outed or show affection because of fear. Absolutely. I'll be 50 next year and I've been called daddy and it feels weird to me. Because it's like, I'm like, damn, you calling me old? But I'm loving the list. This makes me want to write my own list, as you should. Look, if it worked for Todrick, it might work for you. It's one of the reasons why I encourage out Black gay men to go and expand your options and go where you are celebrated. If they find a Black man that's out and comfortable, you won the lottery. And that's what a damn show is, a lottery. Because it's hard to be out here as a Black man trying to find someone who's also compatible with you that's a Black man. Because of the stigmas that we talked about earlier. I told him looking for my Aztec prince. Not your Aztec prince. Come on, Aztecians. Oh, we love the indigenous men's is over here. I love me some Mexicans too. And he said, but like I said, here I go. Okay, girls, what's my weakness? And he said, but you better leave that little pocket gay alone, Josh Hutcherson. That is a fine ass boy. I saw him at the UFC match. I was like, I want to climb on. Well, I won't be able to climb on him. He's too short. He'd have to climb on me. So it was like, he said, comes out and I'm open to monogamy-ish. Yeah, what I'll put it that way. I don't want monogamy. I'm not monogamous. I'm monogamish. Well, that's, shout out, Kenya Barris, you need to make that show. Monogamish. I'll be in the lead. You can put me on the show. Sorry to hear you going. That's why I was like, that's the worst of like you want to hear somebody that goes through something like that. Total tops and total bottoms are tired. Look, I'm not gonna sit up here and say when I first started out in my 20s, I was not a total top. I took it up the bud. Yes, what? But realized I didn't like it. So now I flipped on the other side. So at least I tried it. I don't like those ones that are just total tops and ain't never had nothing back there. So you don't even understand what it's like to cater and take care of your bottoms. Unless I always feel like unless you tried it, then you truly understand what a bottom goes through. I saw Todrick when he came to Atlanta and it was spectacular. That's why I said like he definitely performs down. So I give him his props on that. He was on the Masked Singer a couple of years ago. He did a lot of shows. American Idol, I think that's where he started. I was at Target earlier today and considered getting a manifestation journal and decided not to. I could just write my manifestations in my big journal. I was like, if you feel like it helps that you have your special little journal book to write it in, then that's good. But if you was like, no, I don't need to go to the Target. First of all, I can't believe you went shopping at Target. But anyway, besides, unless that's like the only thing that's available around you, because I know sometimes in New York, we're just like, oh, I fuck a Target. I ain't going to no Target. And then you realize like we have the option of saying no to a Target. Just like we have an option of saying we ain't going to do a Walmart. But when I was in the circus and we was out in Jersey, the only place that you got that's close enough is a Walmart. Oh, you can't sit up in here and say, I don't fuck a Walmart. If that's the only thing that's available, you need toiletries and you need things to put for food and this, that, and the other, or want to get a little late night snack or whatever. Sometimes you got to bite the bullet and be like, oh, well, I can't necessarily say F Walmart when that's the only option in a 12-mile radius. Where else am I going to go to get what I need? So I get it. And said I was in a cult. They were so, you were so much of a damn cult. I told a friend of mine died from, yeah, I remember you telling me that. They have lots of different journals at Barnes & Noble. If you have a Barnes & Noble by you. True, when I became a fan of yours, see, everybody knows who DJ Baker is, and we still friends to this day. We have our little group chat. We texted earlier and said everybody knows about the Do Dirty show. So yeah, DJ Baker is also someone who's been very influential in what I do. He said Bigo indeed is too ratchet for me. Now I've grown to be more poised and can I see myself going back on and yelling into the phone. That's what I said, like, I just don't understand how people just run around stressed, like y'all just want to be screaming and hollering and yelling and all that negative energy. Anybody got time for that? I still have a notebook with stuff I wrote when I was 23. Funny enough, I never wrote down like my overall thoughts and stuff in a journal because I always felt like I never had privacy and I didn't want people prying into my purest of thoughts, especially as a kid growing up in the 90s, struggling with their sexuality. I didn't want to have proof of anything regarding that, except for the times when I was a kid and my father discovered my gay porn. And that conversation had to come up. But that was a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. I don't know if y'all saw it earlier, but yeah, it's funny how it's late and I'm just like sitting here chilling with y'all online. Like I don't have things to do. But yeah, here's the full, if y'all don't see it, the RuPaul's Drag Race logo on the napkin that I stole last night. I was like, let me take a napkin. Because what else am I going to take? I did want to take one of those Drag Race pillows, the ones that have the queens on it. But I was like, I don't want to be traveling on a train with a Drag Race pillow and all these nosy people. Not that I care, but I was like, I just don't want to be carrying a pillow on a train. But one of my friends did take one and put it in his bag. I hate Target, but unfortunately, my pharmacy was closed near my apartment, so I had no choice but to get stuff from where that Whole Foods. First of all, I don't like Whole Foods. Whole Foods is way too damn expensive, so that's why I don't go in there. But I understand sometimes you got to make exceptions, and recently they've been putting a lot of Targets in the neighborhoods of like Manhattan, so you got to do all that. I actually want to move back out. I don't know. I'm undecided. I don't know if I want to move to Brooklyn because Brooklyn has a little more edge to it, or if I want to come back to the city like Harlem. I miss it out there. I realized I used to fall in love pretty easily reading it. Also, don't forget to read your text messages. Okay, I will definitely read my text messages. I'm glad you reminded me because I did forget. But anyway, so all right, y'all. So it looks like we're at the end of today's show. I want to thank you all for tuning into this long-winded ass. Well, it seemed like it's about the same time. We usually do 3 or 4 hours of the show every day anyway. And so yeah, thank you all for tuning into this crazy episode, per usual, where I'm going through all my crazy emotions while I'm doing it. But entertaining episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. If you have not already, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that we know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'll be back on tomorrow with a new episode. And then I just found out because the Knicks won their last night, they cut one of the events I have to do, so there's no Knicks game on Sunday, which is great because I get out early on Sunday, which I'm actually liking. So there is an event I'm doing called Harlem Globetrotters, but it's not 2 events back to back, so at least I get a bit of a break. Because it can be a lot dealing with, and I love what I do, working in live entertainment, but you have to realize it's a lot when you're dealing with a lot of craziness that's going on. So for me to get a little break after all of that is awesome. So, Echo Black says, we appreciate you and your time. Well, thank you. I appreciate all of y'all taking the time out to watch this show, because if y'all weren't, then I'd be sitting here looking crazy talking to myself. So me looking at the numbers and saying how many people like the show, how many people are tuning in, all that stuff, it definitely helps me. It keeps the energy and the momentum of me doing these long shows. Because I don't know if I could ever do a 1-hour show. It's like there's so much to say, and I like taking my time saying it. Thank you as well. Yes, y'all are funny. That's why I was like, and I feel like y'all, it brings in like my secret lover coming in saying with the heart emojis. But anyway, love you all for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for your continued support, and until next time, ciao, darlings.